arrive at the military blockade, the message is clear. The Nox event is contained. I repeat, the Nox event is contained.
What happened here? What's happening here? It's not contained. I had to find what I needed to survive and fight. But there were too many. And this is how I died. The next time, I was smarter. I moved between the shadows, between the infected. But I wasn't smart enough. And this is how I died. I knew I had to leave this place. I found an empty farmhouse, a place where they'd never find me. I prepped, built defenses. I farmed, I fished, and found a generator to keep me warm through winter. But it needed fuel. There was a gas station back out on the road. I took the car and risked the noise it made. But I would never make it home. This is Project Zomboid. Survive together. Build. Scavenge. Fight. Die. Project Zomboid, the ultimate zombie survival RPG.
All right. Welcome. You know what time it is, right? Thursday night. That means it's time for Thursday night G-Law stream. Every Thursday night. You can take it to the bank. Right, Nick? Good evening, Nick. Howdy, Ethan. How you doing? Joss! Oh my gosh. Joss, you look so exposed with that name. How you doing, man? Happy Thursday. Finally. Right? There we go. Let's see. Hold on. No. Yep, way to manage the riffraff there, Joss. Appreciate you. Like clockwork. It's like the motions of the stars and the planets, right? Right, Nick? Yeah. So, yeah, 7:15-ish this time. Not bad. Not bad. Happy it's Thursday. How we all doing? I don't know how many of you are aware, but I posted a poll, a Twitter poll, and all 2 participants wanted to play Project Zomboid. So here we are. I was perfectly happy to play Project Zomboid, or else I wouldn't have put up a poll. But, Nick, you probably, I don't know if you heard this, but Cyberpunk 2077 just released like a major patch. They're calling it a soft reboot. And I think it's now officially embraced by the community as having reached the point it should have been at release. So that made me, I don't know, just think about Cyberpunk 2077 again. So I threw it out there. I didn't have my heart set on it, but I thought, see if people want to see Cyberpunk 2077 instead, I'll do that. But I'm not on fire to do it because I don't know that I really want to jump in with both feet to that. That's a big game. And you know, I have commitment issues when it comes to games. So yeah, I posted it on Twitter, and I posted a link to it in Discord. But I wasn't aggressive enough to at everyone in Discord. No, I did it in the main room, didn't I? Yeah. You were gonna vote Zomboid anyway? That's okay. Well, it's not like I have the polls out for like a day or anything. Like, it's literally about an hour before stream start. I was like, I think I'm gonna play Project Zomboid, but Maybe I should play something else. So it's not exactly a huge window for everyone to find the poll. So I'm never too shocked when barely anyone responds to it. Well, Nick, you played through Cyberpunk 2077 like twice all the way through, didn't you? And my experience with it on PC, it seems like it was in much better shape than on console. So my experience around launch, I didn't think it was a bad game. I didn't stop playing it because there were I was having technical issues. I just was like not in the mood for the open world. It felt very just formulaic open world once you got past sort of the intro story elements, and it sort of opened up the open world a little bit, and it sort of was like, oh wait, here I am again playing Assassin's Creed Cyberpunk style. Oh yeah, well, I guess helping your 4-year-old build Legos is more important than answering Twitter polls about what video game your grown-up lawyer friend should play on his live stream. Is that what I'm understanding, Ethan? I mean, I guess you got to have your priorities. Clearly, the 4-year-old comes first. Now, try not to take it to heart. I did link the Twitter poll in Discord. I did that. I did, but I didn't at everyone. I wasn't that aggressive, but I did. I did do that because you advised that many times, Nick, before I ever did it. And I kept saying, I got to remember to do that. I got to remember to do that. I did. I remembered to do that. No, dang, Ethan. Your 4-year-old kid comes first. Oh, you just did another Cyberpunk playthrough, Joss, and then they dropped the patch? Okay, Nick, you played through it once fully. The game is fun. Side stories are interesting. Oh, you don't like the main quest at all? Well, that's a strong position. Yeah. You know I have commitment issues with these giant games. So, I mean, really, let me see. What's on my little... I still have that little thing I set up. Oh, I guess Stellaris is out. I was playing Stellaris over the weekend. I was enjoying Stellaris until the first other alien faction declared war on me. And immediately things did not go well for me. And I was all of a sudden not having fun anymore. So I stopped playing Stellaris. Okay, so pretty much Project Zomboid, and I haven't played Final Fantasy VII Remake in a number of weeks, but I'm still holding that in one of the top games that I'm in the mood for right now. It's just other things keep edging it out. And I think there's a component of Final Fantasy VII Remake that's bothered me from the get-go, and that is just the fact that it's only 25% of the overall Final Fantasy VII. So there's some part of me that's like, well, I'm going to rush through and finish it so it can just stop 25% of the way through, and then I don't know when I'll get to play the rest of it. So that's been a little bit of a deterrent why I have not wholeheartedly immersed myself and embraced Final Fantasy VII, because I know it's just gonna end, and not end at the ending. It's gonna end at the middle of it, at the very like the first third or whatever. So I have to at everyone. I just feel like at everyone just feels very aggressive. It's not aggressive. Like you said, people can turn it off. They can mute me and shit. But it just seems pretty aggressive for something that's not that life and death for me to begin with. But I guess if I want to get everyone's attention. You've been playing Project Zomboid? Yeah, I seen Brad playing Vampire Survivors, and I looked at a little review of it. It looks kind of interesting, and it's dirt cheap too. I've considered picking it up a couple times. It's just I've never hit that point where I thought I would play that instead of something else, so I haven't gotten it yet. But the second I feel like playing it, I'll probably buy it and just try it out. So what have I been playing? Well, first, and you can thank me for this, I was gifted a game this week. By Grimwit. Now I can't remember his name. He always comes in and I can't remember like his channel name is not the same as his like web name, and his web name is Grimwit. I've known him since before I streamed. He was around. He'd stream Bloodlust Shadowhunter. He was doing Bloodlust Shadowhunter the same time I was. The hell's his name? Anyways, I forget what it is, but randomly he gifted me a game called Chair Effing Simulator. Like chair F and then, like an asterisk, CKING simulator. And I was at work and I get this email that I've gotten a gift. I was like, oh, okay. And I accepted it. And I wrote him and I said, I'm scared. I'm kind of scared to see what this is. And he's like, it's exactly what you think it is. And he said, but somehow it's YouTube friendly. I don't know about that. It's your Discord. People join your Discord and don't want to hear our notifications. They can leave or mute all. That could be right. Maybe it could just be that I don't have the proper perspective on it. So it's not the equivalent of going into a chat room and typing in all caps. Like someone comes in there and they'll, hi gaming lawyer, all caps. I went to the grocery store today, all caps everywhere. And then everyone looks at that person and they go, not cool. It's not cool. And so that's in my brain what I'm afraid it's like to just at everyone over stuff like this. But maybe it's not like that. It's just that I'm worried that it's like that, but it's not. Is it not? Oh, and Joss, you're ready for the new Horizon game? That's a PS5 exclusive, right? I think. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked into it because I haven't played I have the first one. I started playing it. I was enjoying it, but I just played it so I could see what it was like. Again, giant open world games. There's some part of me that's just kind of over them. And I can get into them a little bit, but as soon as they open up and it's like, oh, here's a map with all these little activities everywhere, and somewhere in the middle is a main quest happening. Oh look, here's a race. I can do a race against someone. A terrain race where I jump over rocks as faster than anyone else. No, I'm not 100% sure it is. I just know the original Horizon Zero Dawn was a PS4? Wait, which PlayStation are they on now? Are they on 4 or 5? I'm getting goddamn confused. I think they're on 5 now, right? So PS4 was the last big one. At any rate, whichever one it was, Horizon Zero Dawn was a PlayStation exclusive until it came out on PC. And I assumed that it was going to be the same with the new Horizon one. But I didn't know. I didn't even look. So, because I'm not going to play that till I play the first one. And the first one, I got 10% into it and was like, yeah, it's pretty good. Someday when I feel like playing a super long-ass open world game, I got to come back to this because this looks pretty good. And then I played something else. It's typical G-Law, Take it to the bank. Everyone, okay, but if it's like an announcement, you said if it was like at everyone, I like French toast, like completely irrelevant. but something that's sort of like a little bit like an announcement or something. It doesn't have, even if it's not like super critical at everyone by the person that owns it, consider fair game. All right, maybe I'll do that in the future. Because I think about it every time, like I post a stream or something. Well, I don't think about it when I post my Thursday night stream anymore. And I guess unless if I was going to be doing something I thought was special, like if it was my birthday or whatever. But just like my routine Thursday night stream, I'm not going to be like, at everyone, because I figure like anyone that knows me now knows basically when to expect me to stream. Within a window of time, maybe 7 and 8. Sometimes I don't, you know, but you know what? I have been pretty consistent with hitting those Thursdays. I joke because over the years, I've missed a number of Thursday nights, but I feel kind of proud of myself. I think I've been doing good hitting those Thursdays. Right? I'm establishing a track record. There's someone right now going, well, you son of a bitch. I've been coming here for weeks and you said you haven't missed a Thursday in 6 years. Well, that's true. It's true. I'm just screwing around. Never miss one. Take it to the bank. So what was the other thing I've been playing? So I have, though, been feeling like my interest in Project Zomboid was like, it was the only game I played for like a month. And I'm not over it yet, but I do feel that. I feel the downward arc, which usually means I'm about to stop playing a game. But the idea of like playing it though still seems interesting, but doesn't feel like other stuff. I decided against Chair Effing Simulator though. You're welcome. I still haven't even launched it. I don't know what kind of mood I need to be in to want to try it, but I haven't been in that mood yet. No, it didn't bounce. If it bounced, it did so in a comical and entertaining way. Not in a way that causes, you know, like overdraft fees or bounce check fees. Not a negative. It would be hilarious. Hey, look, it's bouncing. Oh, that G-Law, even his rubber checks are entertaining. And I took it to the bank. Just like he said. What a surprise. And the other game that I started playing the last couple days is, have you heard of the Avernum series? It's an old school RPG. I was thinking about a roguelike again, like Adam, Ancient Domains and Mystery. I was feeling, and I actually launched Adam, and it's so archaic, like the control scheme, and I was like, I don't know if I want to deal with this again. But I was thinking of Tales of Maj'Eyal. Every time I try that, I'm kind of like just sort of into it. But you know, the funny thing is like since I've been playing Project Zomboid, I like playing games, and I think I'm in a mode right now where I like playing games where I can have stuff on my second monitor, like podcasts or usually long form content of just whatever, having videos on the second thing that I'm kind of listening to. Like, for example, I've been listening to, there's a ton of videos for Dungeon Masters about the adventure, the D&D adventure that we're playing. Just like throwing out different ideas that people have about different ways you can weave different elements of that thing together. And I find that stuff is interesting. And I'm not like, I don't take anyone's like, here's how you do it. And this is, you know, and then take it like gospel and this is go, well, this is how I'm going to do it now. But when I'm in that phase where it's like, we're getting 2, 3, 4, you know, 4, 3, 2, the countdown of the weeks to game going. I like to keep it, like have it in my head and start thinking about different things about your characters and about like, okay, well, like Ethan's characters not from Phandalin, but he's lived there before because his aunt's there. So now that I'm like going over details about the town of Phandalin, I'm like, okay, well, there's certain things that like and going on or that were going on that his character would probably know about. He would know of these certain people. He wouldn't know this, that sort of thing. And just sorting it all out. and letting it, and I'll do that while I'm playing games, like a Project Zomboid. You just have something going, and you're just absorbing it and playing the game, and it's kind of cool. So that's why when I think about other games like Final Fantasy VII, I'm like, oh, that sounds cool, but I don't want to focus on a game. I was thinking about Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous again. That's a really good game, but like, it's a story heavy, very story heavy, where it kind of demands your attention, where you can't split it against something else. And that's not anything against that kind of game, but sometimes I'm just in the mood for a game that's like, I'm just gonna play this game and while I have like shows going on in the background. They said it bounced, and then they said you should feel bad and your life was a joke. So it was kind of comical, in a sense. Womp womp. Hey, Cowdizzle, how you doing, man? Welcome to the G-Law Thursday night stream. Every Thursday night, never missed a single one for 6 years. You can take that to the bank, just like Nick did. Zomboid is definitely low effort. When you find yourself going on autopilot, that's when you get bit. No, that's true. That actually happened last week when we were when I was streaming. I was surprised that I didn't get infected. Because I think I did play enough. I played a little bit more Project Zomboid since last week, but I haven't been playing it a lot. And I think I played into the next day to the point where I feel convinced I don't have the zombie virus. But I had some bad moments there. A gaming lawyer baby onesie on the stream? What makes you think this is not a onesie? It could be all the way, it could go all the way down to my balls, for all you know. Is that, wait, there's a onesie, is that the one that wraps around your bottom part, or does it go all the way to your feet? Like where you slip inside the feet and zip it all the way up the back. Hey Madros, good evening. Did you see that I posted on Discord? Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's not a onesie though. I mean, you got me this time, cow. Both, technically. Hello, Rasmodius. So a onesie... Wait, hold on a minute. It snaps between the legs? That sounds more like something a lady would wear on a special occasion. Snapping between the legs. I don't remember as a kid having a full body pajama suit that unsnapped it between my legs. I mean, there was ones where I never had one, but like in all the old shows where there's two big buttons on the back, like the top of the ass, and then you can take it down where you know the cheeks are. I remember that. Ladies do wear bodysuits that snap. So, well, yeah, but the one where they snap right there between the legs, that's like lacy and like it's when the kids have the kids stay at grandma's house type of. Isn't that the type of when the lady wears that one? I don't know. It's just a one piece. It's a one piece outfit. Okay, so there are many subcategories of onesie, and the fact that, yeah. So okay, that's good. Now, how many categories of onesies are there where there's a button in the crotch that opens it up right at between the legs? Want to know? I want a list. How many types and purposes? Oh, okay. Well, Cowdizzle, you're making this sound a bit more like it's not just special occasions for ladies. That there's, I guess, for like changing babies and stuff. I have limited experience with that, and my own memories of being tended to in my own baby childhood are pretty much faded. I don't recall. Well, we were talking the other day about how I remember being potty trained though. It's pretty good. I was a real quick study on that. So, not to brag 45 years later, but I nailed it. So I didn't quite understand that big boys' underwear wasn't absorbent the way little boys' underwear was, though. I learned that very quickly too, the next day. It just felt wrong in the big boys. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about this now. You want the crotch to unfasten so you can change your diaper. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Onesie definition: an infant's one-piece, close-fitting, lightweight garment, usually having sleeves but leaving the legs uncovered and fastening with snaps at the crotch. Okay, so you know what? I think so that could be like what I'm wearing, but it just goes down. Okay. So, but what is it called? With the pajamas, is there a name for that? Like a Christmas Story where it's like he's got the rabbit head and it's just all the way, the feet are enclosed inside of it and there are pads at the bottom. Or what is that called? You think I need to snap feety? They're called feety? Feety pajamas? Is that right? That feels correct adjacent. Footsie? Maybe it is feety. Footy? I don't know. Still a onesie there in Canada. Okay. So I guess maybe it depends on where you are. Wonder what it's called in England. Or maybe Canada got their term from England. That's been my other speaking of England, my other big discovery this week. So I played Dungeons and Dragons last week with my other group. And someone in there, knowing that I'm currently and probably temporarily subscribed to Apple Plus TV. So I was saying how I got Apple Plus TV because I wanted to watch Mythic Quest, which is like an office sitcom that takes place in an MMO company. So it looks like it's supposed to be like Blizzard. But it's by the same guy that created Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's one of my favorite shows. It's only on Apple Plus TV. So I subscribed, and I've only watched like 3 episodes of that. And I found all this other stuff on Apple Plus TV that I love. And that so far we watched Foundation and we watched Mosquito Coast, and they were both awesome. And everyone keeps saying Ted Lasso. You got to watch Ted Lasso. So, and someone during that stream, during my D&D game, said you need to watch Ted Lasso. They said just try 1 episode, and I'm like, isn't that about soccer or something, like a sports show? You know how I am about sports, right? Sorry, I know there's some people here that like sports. I don't mean to be like, I mean to be like, yay, but yeah, just sorry. No, I'm the odd man out for not liking for not being into sports, but once I got the hand thing going, it just became like a little fun thing, and I just couldn't stop. It's a nappy in England. Tuxedo onesies. I'm looking at all this stuff. All right. So I watched the first episode of Ted Lasso after, like, almost directly after my D&D game. Heated up some food. I have a tradition on D&D days. I order breakfast burritos from a place nearby that does great breakfast burritos. And they do wet breakfast burritos. It's so tangent now. Wet breakfast burritos and dry breakfast burritos. So I get 1 of each because a leftover wet breakfast burrito doesn't do it for me. It just becomes like it's not right. It's not saucy anymore. It's just a soft, not saucy. It's just soaked in, sponged in. It's not right. But the fresh one is still like saucy and delicious. And then the dry one is good too. So I eat the wet breakfast burrito before the D&D game. And then we play pretty much for 5 hours straight. Typically with no longer than maybe a 5-minute potty break in the middle. Just the way it works out. And then I'm starving by the time it's over. And then that's when I go for burrito number 2. So I was heating up burrito number 2. And then I was like, what? I'm going to watch Ted Lasso. And that's all I did for the rest of the day. I binged it. It's a really good show. Even for people that don't like sports. I'm officially endorsing Ted Lasso right now. It's a really, really good show. For anyone who happens to find themselves subscribed to Apple Plus TV, which I never thought I would. It seemed like the kind of place that just like, what's the point of that? Like, what are they trying to pull? Apparently there's some good shows on there that I really, really like. That's the point. You think that sports does deserve obscene hand gestures, Nick? I haven't seen Reacher yet. Though I think that's another one I've heard about a few times. But yeah, Ted Lasso is just like super feel good. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it or heard what it's about. It's what's that dude's name? He used to be on SNL. Something Sudokus. Sudoku? I can't remember his name. But you know if you saw him. And he's like a dude from Kansas. He's a coach, like a amateur league football coach from Kansas. Jason Sudeikis. Yeah, that's the one. I can't even, the word's in front of me and I can't say it. He's a soccer or a football coach from Kansas. And he gets hired to be the coach for an English football team, soccer, so it's football over there. And he doesn't know a thing about it. And he doesn't really know why they're hiring him, except that he had a really good way with the people that he managed. And like, they just loved him. They just loved him. And that their team in England needed that because they were kind of broken as a team and not doing well and hadn't won like a championship in decades. But the real reason is the lady that owns it got a divorce with her husband, her womanizing, cheating husband, and that sports club is all he's ever loved, and she won it in the divorce. And so now she wants to sabotage it to make it fall apart, to hurt him, because it's the only thing he's ever cared about. So that's the setup. And that turns out it's like really good. Like, he's just a really likable guy. I was afraid that Jason's character was going to be like a Forrest Gump type character where he's just like, oh, I'm just good. Not like he's just been, no one, like, he doesn't get the fact that everyone thinks he's like, doesn't belong there and everything was going to be over his head. But it's like, no, he's like a real deal. Like, he knows what's up, and everyone thinks like he can't do it and thinks he's going to be a failure. They call him wanker, and whenever they play a game, the entire crowd in the whole stadium, they just chant wanker at him over and over again. He knows what's up. Someone had to explain to him what a wanker was, but he got it, Anyways, Jason Sudeikis. That sounds even better. Anyways, if you ever have an opportunity, I highly recommend it. Then I showed it to my wife because she was actually out of town last weekend doing stuff with her family. So Monday I started it over with my wife, and immediately she's like super addicted to it. And then her mom's gonna come here this weekend, and she's basically she says her mom doesn't know it yet, but her mom's gonna be watching Ted Lasso whenever they're not out and about. I'm like, hopefully she'll take that news well. Anyways, Ted Lasso, you could take it to the bank. It's a good show. G-Law recommends Ted Lasso, even though it's about sports. The fact that he doesn't know the first thing about the sport is a nod to the people who are watching it that it's okay not to know about sports. That's how I explained it to my wife. It's the main character who doesn't understand the first thing about soccer. But it's just about the people. So it's good. It's a good time. It's a really good feel good, but also like super touching. super like, oh, it's so good. Anyways. Oh, all right. So what else? Should I just start playing Project Zomboid? Oh yeah, I was going to talk about Avernum. Has anyone? It's actually right above my head right now. Avernum: Escape from the Pit. So you can tell how long I've had this game. I started playing that game a couple days ago. It's like an old school party-based CRPG. It's very like it's made by a single dude. He's done a whole series of them and redone them, and they have old school crude graphics. And there is a story and a lore and a world and everything that a lot of people really like. But it's also just very like, it reminds me of the old Ultima, like the old school Ultima games when they were turn-based. You think you have several Avernum games? I think there's also Avedon, the Black Fortress, which is another one by the same guy, and he did a sequel to it. But that one is a little more, I guess, story-focused. Or linear, whereas the Avernum series is an open world. And I've had them forever. They had a whole series, and then he started redoing them in like the 2010s to, I guess, make them a little more modern compliant, but they still look ancient AF and stuff. And I almost thought about streaming that, but I was like, who would give a crap? Would anyone actually want to see that? It's literally just something I play. Well, I have to pause what I'm watching from time to time because I actually do want to pay attention to what's happening in the world and what's happening in the game. But then you go into a dungeon, and it's, you know, a lot of the games now, the whole time you're in a dungeon or whatever you're doing, all your party members, they're all like talking the whole time, and you're fighting bad guys and they're all like talking the whole time. And now, production-wise, that's good. That's a good thing. That's a sign of a very high production value, well-made game. But sometimes, you know, G-Law just likes the game to shut the F up, so I can watch YouTube's videos and just play a game. It's like, game, shh. I'm watching Red Letter Media over here. All right? I'm watching, this is half in the bag I want to watch. So just zip it. I want to play a game, but I don't want any of this. All right? So, yeah. So Avernum. Well, Nick, if you wanted a demo of Avernum and you asked very nicely, I might show you Avernum tonight. But I did officially announce that we're going to play Project Zomboid. But just so you know, if anyone asks really nice to see Avernum, I might give you a demo. And if after maybe 11 p.m. someone asks really nice to see Chair Effing Simulator, I can't make any promises, but you never know where the night could take us during that last half hour. I don't know if I wanted to go there, though, truth be told. I do have a very uncomfortable sense of curiosity to see it, but I don't know if the stream is the right place for that. I don't think it's not a curiosity where I'm like, I wonder if I'm gonna get turned on. I don't think that's the point at all. I was reading reviews of it. People were like giving it, I think, great reviews because they thought that it was hilarious as somebody made that game. But no one's going to that game where it's like, okay, let me change the kids around. Well, you probably don't want your kids seeing it either. But I don't think anyone's like, all right, let me get my, let's get some lube over here, or whatever. Get the lotion, get some napkins. Yeah, we're gonna play Chair Effing Simulator now, bitch. All right. Let's do this.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Launching the Project Zomboid. Oh. I just switched my OBS window from one monitor to the other, from my bright monitor to my not bright monitor. And now I look like an orange Oompa Loompa. That always bothers me. I calibrate my picture so it looks good on the one monitor, but because it's like it looks different on the other monitor when I go over there. Do I look like an orange Oompa Loompa to you guys? Just curious. Well, yeah, maybe there are people that are into it. That's true. That's true. There could really be people who are into it. I guess I am some sort of chair. I mean, I'm not a chairphobe. I spend almost all of my waking hours in a chair. So, I don't have anything against like chairs in general. But I don't want to do that with a chair. That doesn't. What's the point? And like, I mean, I couldn't imagine generating the physical excitement to just physically be able to approach it. But you know, different strokes for different folks, as they say, right? I'm not an orange one. I just look like a regular Oompa Loompa. All right, let's see where we were. I'm sort of aimless at this point. I think really the only thing I've established is I'm in this house and I'm trying to get a decent, like trying to get a decent collection of food here. I feel like I haven't gotten a long-term survival. I don't have like a long-term survival foothold in this town. Because basically what I would like to do is just get enough of a foothold that I could go through. I could start going through some of their major, you know, looting venues. But also, you know, it's not like I'm going to go to the supermarket here and then drive all the way back back to my house up here. I need a safe, you know, a safe house down here. So I want to establish a safe house. So that's sort of, I guess, what I'm doing. But it's just a lot of zombies. It's just slow going. Because I have the respawn rate set lower than default, I have it basically, what I'm trying to replicate is that if you actually really start killing zombies in an area, that, you know, that area will then have less zombies. And not just, oh, you killed them, but then you took a nap, and when you look back, they all respawned. Which I don't think that's how the regular game works, but they do sort of fill back in over time. Whereas what I have now is more, there's a little bit of fill in, but it's mostly like, if there are more zombies there, it's because they were around other places and something caused them to migrate. Not because just another group of 6 zombies appeared just spontaneously outside of your house. All right, it's 6:30 at night. Let's close this. I'm hungry. What have I got going? I got my water bottle, my scrap electronics. I grabbed a pipe wrench because I'm expecting my crowbar to break soon. It's like this close. That's the other thing I need here. I'm not going to drive all the way back to my house to get a crowbar. Back up in the river town, whatever it's called. Well, I have, by default, the helicopter event only happens one time. So that's one of the things you can tweak, you know? So you could say no respawns, but more helicopter events to just mix stuff up. Is that what you've done? I thought the idea of a little bit of respawn is okay. And because also it's only once every few days, and it has to be an area that I haven't been in for a few days as well. So if I've been in a neighborhood, and I keep going there, it'll never respawn. But if I've been in a neighborhood and I leave that neighborhood for like 4 or 5 days, a small percentage of them will reappear. But what I don't want is just like, you know, a mobs spawning a block away from my house constantly. Okay, so that's what you did, Nick. All right. So car butchering. Car battery charger. Ooh, okay. How's this? Okay, I'm going to put, this is just where I'm going to put stuff. I think I might read this car butchering just here. I think this just unlocks some ability. Let's put those gas cans in there. I think last time I came home, I just didn't do my normal, my normal ritual of emptying all my bags. It looks like I didn't do that. This is, I want to keep, I have an extra water bottle. Screwdriver, scrap electronics. The saw I like holding on to, but I'm not doing carpentry right now. Should I even bother? Yeah, I'll keep the saw on me. Propane torch. Lighter. Do I not have a... Here, will that go in there? I like keeping all of my, where'd that lighter go? Here it is. I like all my flame paraphernalia to be in my little fanny pack. That's my little system I got going on. I like holding on to leather gloves. I don't wear them all the time because they wear out just like that. But if you're ever in a place where you want to pick up broken glass off the floor, you put on some leather gloves and they won't tear the shit out of your hands. The more you know. There you go. Let's see. You like, okay. Oh, well, look who it is now. 'Tis Dark Jake the 13th, my lord. Sorry, Dark Jake. You're probably just about over me making the fuss about the fact that you changed your numbers to Roman numerals. But I just still really like to think that, like, this is Dark Jake. It's a long line of noble Dark Jakes populating history for generations, centuries of Dark Jakes. Ruling from on high. And now it is Dark Jake the 13th. With his talons of he can't think of a clever line of justice. And in doing so, in fact, did think of a clever line of justice. Well played, Dark Jake the 13th. Well played. How you doing, man? Let's see. Anything else? I'm the only one that keeps mentioning it. I am, you know, there are times I just don't know. I don't know when it's time to stop, you know. It's like, oh, that stopped being funny a long time ago. That stopped being funny 2 years ago. Guess who's still saying it? All right. We'll put the corn in here. We'll put, bath towel. Here. Bath towel, batteries, backyard smelting. All right, I think I'm gonna do some reading before we go to bed. And is anything else? Ripped sheets. I think I keep ripped sheets in case I want to start like a barbecue fire. I'm gonna use that as part of my lighten it up thing. Okay, so I think I got everything else that I want to hold on to. I'm gonna keep on my person. Put this baking tray away. Hold on. In case I want to make bread here someday. You just got back from seeing the Uncharted movie? Was it any good? I'm always very skeptical of video game based movies. But some are good. I can't think of any offhand. Tomb Raider movies were all right. Some, others, maybe not so good. You know? So I need to find something to eat. Well, I have something to eat. You can disinfect bandages in boiling water? I didn't know that. But hold on, wait. I have sterilized bandages, though. Is that sterilized? Used to sterilize wounds? You could do that with boiling water? 6 out of 10. All right. And your scale is a 5 out of 10, like a completely average movie? Or is because see, different people have different opinions about what a 6 out of 10 means. Some people do it like a grade scale, where 7 is a 70, which is a C minus. So if it's a 60, it's a D. But other people like 6 is, I think, Nick, this your guys' scale, right? On your show? A 6 is slightly above average, right? And 5 is like a baseline, like, it's a movie. Right down the middle. Okay, I gotcha. Maybe that's the trend that things are going. I just know, like, in video game ratings, anything below a 7 is considered, like, just terrible. Don't play it. It's like, well, all right. What am I going to eat, though? Here. I can make a pot of soup. Oh, I'm getting real hungry, too. I'm just going to open some canned potato. Oop. We don't need anything fancy. Besides this, I don't want to go out and start my bar. I have to, if I want to cook the soup, I've got to use my barbecue. I'm going to need to eat more than this. Oh, what can I make a salad out of? Hey, I can make a salad out of the potatoes? Oh, I guess that was while I was still eating the potatoes. Make a bowl of cereal. Is there rotten milk? Not falling for that shit. All right, you know what? I'm going to have a canned corned beef. In a 4DX theater? Wait, what? I don't remember what 4DX is. Is that like the Disneyland Honey, I Shrunk the Kids where it shoots little air jets at you so you feel stuff hit you? What the? I remember that. Oh, hold on. I can make corned beef salad. Hell yeah, because everything's better as a salad. Now it's just meat salad. Ooh, I think I'm getting more, we'll see what the... Yeah, well, I can't remember what... This might have been 25 nutrition, just if I ate it out of the can. But hold on. And it doesn't give me any happiness, so... I should have checked to see what it was before. Now I'm going to be full to bursting, but it's okay. Yeah. Here, I'll put my empty tin cans in here. Moving seats, spray of air and water, smoke under... Okay, okay. Yeah, that was something that, I don't know if any of you ever seen this, because for me it was like, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago. At Disneyland, they had Honey, I Shrunk the Kids show, and you had 3D goggles on, and they made it as if, they presented it as if it were a live show, even though it weren't, with like Rick Moranis and all the people from that movie. And they made it like it was a stage where a live show was being performed for you, and things kept happening, and it would be like an experiment would, little drone would go loose and would fly and buzz your head, and you go, ah. And then as different things were happening, they're like air would shoot at you and you go, oh, and then your chair would rumble. And I remember thinking it was pretty cool, but it was like, I mean, it was it was at Disneyland, which means the fact they were doing it meant like no one else was doing it. It wasn't a thing that happened other places. So I didn't know that was like starting to become a thing. 0 to 10, a 5 can be worth watching. Okay. Well, because I think I've even heard you guys like classify something as a 4 and not speak of it as though it was you hate it every second. It's just like, yeah, probably not my favorite movie. I give it a 4. Like it's still like not all the way terrible. Still pretty cool. Nice. Okay, empty bowl can go back in the bag. I don't need that out. So no longer hungry. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read that car butchering book. Maybe I'll sit on the ground and close this out and just let him read the book. Is he getting bored or sleepy? Drowsy. Okay, that's fine. It's 9:30 at night. So he'll read his little he's almost done with the book anyways. And we'll have him go upstairs. Maybe I'll have him sit by the bed and read that other thing. Because at a certain point, because there's no electricity anymore, things get really flippin' dark. If that happened while I was down here, I'm not even sure I know how to navigate back up to the bedroom I've been sleeping in. All right, there it is. This has been my little nook. Where's the other thing? First aid, the backyard smelting for dumb shits. I didn't notice the name of the book had dumb shits right in it. Is that really necessary? That dummies is offensive enough. Be called a dummy. All right, sit down. There he goes. You can chill out. Read his book. There's stuff to like in a 4, but the negatives slightly overweigh the positives. Okay. So, and for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, Nick is part of a duo of Nick and Lance that puts on a show on a movie review show on a channel called Seen by Few. It's SCENE by Few, eh? And they tend to watch like classic movies from their childhoods and that the other person hasn't seen, and they take turns. It's kind of I've been enjoying it. I think I've watched every one of them so far, except if it was something I didn't want spoiled. I would stop after the beginning. But I've been enjoying you guys. Do I want to read anything else? Oh, now I'm stressing out. Okay, no, I can't go to bed stressed. Have a cigarette. I can't. Even before the pandemic, we didn't go to movies very much. Trying to think, the last movie I saw was probably the first of the new Star Wars movies. And I think we went and saw something else, but then they were out of seats, so we went home. That was still, again, back in Los Angeles. All right. Oh, he's getting bored. Now he's in a dark room. Is anything in the bedstand? Oh, gun case. Let's read the newspaper. Nothing alleviates boredom like the newspaper. And this newspaper is probably talking about, obviously, talking about stuff that happened back when they were printing newspapers. Hey, you are exceptionally low budget. Although you do have a Blue Yeti mic. That's not the lowest budget mic you can get for someone that wants no budget. But that's also the one thing that it's probably the most important thing for a show like that is to have a decent mic. All right. Well, now it's raining outside. Hey, all my pots are going to be filled with water, so that's nice. 5 in the morning. Yeah, I should probably... I think when I was playing by myself, I was starting to check these houses over here. Last time I poked my head out here, though, there was another zombie horde forming. Did they move on? All right. I think they did. Whoa! Oh my God, look at that. Member for 54 months. Oh no, Brad's come here with the expectation to see me do some farming. I think Brad's going to be disappointed. I'm not in a good place to be farming right now, Brad. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Brad? Right now, I need to gather food, but I need a good weapon. I need... Damn, I'm missing all these windows. I need a good weapon. Let's see, just poke my head around this corner here. Alright, so that's looking fine. Oh, this one's open. Yeah, Brad, you've been streaming, you've been editing your streams earlier than usual. So I haven't, but I still pop by and take a peek. See how you're doing. Bleach. Nah. All right, what sort of food goods do we have? Baking tray we already got. Oh, the soup bowl. Okay, we're gonna pour it on the ground. Soup bowls are always worth grabbing, because you can use those to collect rain and then boil that rain. Grab canned goods. Oh, is that what it is? Is the daylight saving has messed me up. So you haven't changed your routine. All my clocks changed and I didn't notice. It all happens automatically. When was daylight savings? Was that last weekend? It hasn't even phased me that if I'm getting up earlier. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, I'll get the sleeping pills. Why not? Yeah. Hey, Chevy guy. No soup for you. No, I got the soup, brother. I got the soup. Got the comic books. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Any weapons? Do I have a razor already? I kind of want to figure out how to like shave and stuff. Supposedly, if you're just in front of a window and you got a razor, or not a window, a mirror, and you have a razor, you can shave. But then I'm not sure how to make that happen. And you've got scissors, you can cut your hair. All sorts of stuff. No. Newspapers, no. A briefcase has a pen and paper in there. No. Just heard gunshots in the distance. Okay, and you've been streaming earlier. Okay. So it's not just me. Does this house have a garage? Oh, it's foggy out now, too. In the survival window, there's a tab that shows you. There's an option to change next to here. In the survival window. Which one is this? Is this the survival window? Or are you talking about in the survival list crafting? No, that's not right. Which one's the survival window? Is that this? Anyways. Ooh, this is open. The health one. Probably okay with that. I'll leave that alone for now, though. Is it one of these sub-tabs or in the health? I'll have to take a look when I'm next to a mirror again. All I know is I was by a mirror and there was at least some stuff around me. I thought there was. And I started looking for an option to change my appearance and I couldn't find it. So I just, but I wasn't determined enough to look it up. So do fishing poles ever break? I don't think they do. Do they? Oh, they do. Maybe I should be hoarding fishing poles. You know what? Oops. I think I will. Can you make fishing poles? You probably can. No, not gonna take any of that shit. Already read that. You know what I could use? Another crowbar. That would make me happy. All right, we'll check this garage out. Oh, that's the end of that shit. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure there's not a horde sitting on the other side of this garage. And I'm just gonna play a little breaky with the window there. You haven't evolved any weapons yet. You don't have a lot unlocked. I don't know what evolved a weapon means. Unless you mean like getting nails and turning a bat into a spiked bat. Oh, I was going to break this. Remove the glass. If you forget to remove the glass and you climb through it, you end up, you can be potentially very seriously injured. Metal pipe, screwdriver, hand axe. Ooh, fucking hand axe. Yeah, hell yeah, bring that shit. Oh, he's talking about the vampire game. Sorry. Carry on. Brad, do you recommend that game? Because there's a part of me that's seen you play it and go, that looks kind of fun. It looks like, what is it, like $2.99? It's like $2.99 worth of fun right there. Oh, here we go. Oh, that was already unlocked. Antibiotics. Yes, those are rare. Definitely taking those. So another small point of business I mean to bring up, if anyone has an opinion, is as somebody pointed out last week, the delay on my stream was exceptionally long. And that was because when we did our Dungeons & Dragons test stream, since Dungeons & Dragons streams are not going to be chat streams, I changed the latency to normal, like high quality. Which causes, when you have fast, low latency streams, it causes the chat to be almost instantaneous with the stream. So as soon as you type it, I see it. Not that well, theoretically I'm able to see it. We'll put it like that. This is a G-Law stream after all. But when you're doing the low latency, you're doing that at the expense of stream image quality. And I noticed when I was looking at the stream from last week that I'd forgotten I was still in that normal latency mode until somebody was like, yeah, there's like a 1 minute delay for chat. Frying pan, yeah, we'll bring that shit. Empty kettle? Do we have an empty kettle at that house? I'm gonna grab it. But I distinctly noticed that the quality, the visual quality of the gameplay was much better than my normal streams. I don't know if it matters that much though, but if it matters in the sense that does anyone actually care? But then that's why I thought I'd bring it up, because see if anyone's got feelings one way or the other. Oh my shit, what am I doing? I ran out of inventory space. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna carry all these in our hands and be a little overweight. Drag this shit home. Did I unlock the front door? Yeah, I did. Here, I'm just gonna open, we'll close. In case I never need to come in this way, open. Wow, it's really foggy out here. EV23! You know what that means? Best Evie in the internet has arrived. How you doing, Evie? Happy Thursday to you. Welcome to Thursday Night G-Law Stream. Every Thursday night, 6 years and running. Never missed a single one, no ma'am. You could take it to the bank, just like Nick did. It didn't bounce or nothing. Right, Nick? How you doing, Evie? All right, so it's on your iPad and you have it in the background, so like you're just here to sort of listen in and look over now and have a little looky-loo now and then. That's about it. I haven't been checking mailboxes. There can randomly be good stuff in there. Am I in the Dust Bowl? This is actually super dense, foggy rain. So, it is in fact very wet here. Is that what happens in the Dust Bowl? It gets really wet? Could get muddy. Oh, here we are with the lighter again, outside of my fanny pack, where it doesn't belong. Alright, let's put all those cans of food that I got. Oh. Backyard smelting for dumb shit. Still in my inventory. I forgot these books, these little skill books, they don't get consumed when you use them. All right, let's refill the old water bottle. Out of the toilet, no less. Oh my gosh, they treated Brad even worse than Nick when he tried to take it to the bank. Oh my gosh, Nick. If the story keeps getting worse, did you take it to the bank again? Or is that all that first time? You're just filling in the details. The teller told me the one true gaming lawyer was that punk-ass kid. Ah. You got a little heated at that time? Was that in my defense, Brad? Were you feeling loyalty to me? You're like, you son of a bitch. The gaming lawyer didn't spend the last 6 years just ruining his life, putting us first, making every Thursday night happen, even if it means his wife left him and he got fired from his jobs. He went hungry because he couldn't afford food, became emaciated. What's in this gun case? 6 pounds, huh? It looks like there's a rifle there and a clip, though. All right, you know what? Shit. Oh, this is my house. Never mind. I'm a derp. Sorry. I'm like looking at all the... wow, this house has got a lot of good loot. I didn't realize this is where I've been stashing all the loot I've been collecting. I only stash the stuff I consider valuable. Wow, look at this. It was the first time you don't want me to feel... I appreciate that you don't want me to feel bad, Nick. You told the teller he was very wrong and used some choice words. You're not welcome back at that branch. Well, Brad, I appreciate you sticking up for me, even if you can't go to your favorite bank branch anymore. Now, in China, does that mean you get, like, government citizen score goes down or something? And now they're gonna... I mean, are there gonna be more serious ramifications? Although, you know, I think the Chinese government's big G-Law fans. The way that they took that... the way they took that tank top. I bet they love... They're like, oh, look at the gaming lawyer. Oh, yeah, the pot. Let me put this cattle out. We're going to place this right there. Oh no, the big scene you made at the bank in my defense is going to get you in trouble with the China? Oh crap, Brad, and I feel kind of terrible about that. Oh my gosh. You told that teller he was very wrong, used some choice words, now you're going to the gulag. What a life, huh, Brad? Maybe I should stop telling you to take it to the bank, because y'all seem to be having a terrible experience when you do. I don't know why they react that way. Oh yeah, I've been collecting fishing gear too. And I got a frying pan too. And the hand axe. Yeah, put the hand axe in there. What I really, long term, what I really need to do is get my gosh darn mechanic skill up. Mechanical, so I can hotwire cars. Nope. That's where food goes. This is where cookingware goes. You gotta do it the right way. You know? Skills. So I do have a mirror on my person. And a thing to shave. Toggle advanced view. Ooh. Oh my gosh. What's all this? Shivering and perspiration? Body wetness. Clothing wetness. Insulation. Wind resistance. Blood vessels. I must have an advanced Fitbit to be able to measure all this shit. Okay. curious how my bandage wounded. I think I'm okay now. Should be okay. Thank God. I'm okay. I'm good. Can I wash that bandage now, or is it gone? Sometimes you can wash them. Sometimes they're gone. Wait. This is still considered sterilized? It's a used bandage. Good as new, though. I can still sell it. I could return it for a refund. Oh gosh, I'm getting really hungry though. Okay. Well, first things first. Gotta have a cigarette. Then we'll sort out lunch, because I could eat a horse right now. According to that thing above me, it says I could eat a horse. And put this back in here. Pipe wrench probably doesn't need to be in my hand, does it? What am I carrying? I probably don't need that many sleeping tablets. We'll put that in the medicine cabinet. Here, we'll grab one. Painkillers, we don't need that many. We'll grab one. Okay, maybe... Can we consolidate the bottles? Be nice if we could, but apparently it won't let me. I just noticed that this is starting to get heavier. Oh, is it the mirror? I've got two mirrors in there. The pipe wrench. Okay, that might be the culprit right there. Because I'm carrying an extra weapon around in anticipation of my crowbar breaking. Okay, yeah, that explains it. Sort of. If one sleeping tablet puts you to sleep for a few hours, I bet all of them would put you to sleep forever. I failed to see the utility of that approach. I could just turn the game off. Be like, wow, that's like the whole bottle right there. Just never play it again. All right, let's see what kind of sad salad I can make out of these canned goods. Here, we'll open some carrots. How about open some carrots and chili? And can I make some kind of a delicious salad? Oh. So I can only have a bowl of carrots and then a bowl of beans. And I think the bowl of beans is going to make me sad. Canned chili has negative 50, or has 15 hunger. Hold on. So I guess I can't make anything out of a bowl of beans with the canned beans. So no. You'd think with an opened can of chili, oh, I could make stir fry chili, but then I'd have to cook it probably for it to be worth the damn. I'm just gonna eat the chili out of the... Well, hold on. Let's see what happens. What happens if I put it in this frying pan? Does it become more nutritious? This game has done things... So it's 15... It was 15 hunger. Still 15 hunger. But now it makes me a little happier. Hey, there you go. I don't even have to cook it. I just put it into a... You just pour a can of cold chili into a frying pan, and just it being in the frying pan just makes you a little bit happy. You're like, this is just like pampering myself right now, eating out of a frying pan. I've already opened the chili. Although now I want to see about cooking it. Let's see. Light. I'm going to use the rip sheet and the lighter. Wait, didn't I put a shit ton of... I thought I put a bunch of fuel in here. Oh, 21 hours. No, I did put a shit ton of fuel. I think they were just counting what I was using to start it. All right, let's put that chili in there. And wait. I'm just gonna sit here and wait. While we stare. No, look. What? How could life get any better than this? All right. He's singing in the rain, having a barbecue with all of his buckets and giant soup bowls full of rainwater, the soup pots of rainwater. This guy is like, he's made a life for himself here. He had disassembled a bunch of furniture, used the scrap to create a substantial amount of barbecue fuel. Of course, it does take a while to cook, but still. And he has to he's standing in the rain, just kind of slowly getting soaked, but that's okay. He's hungry. You know, he's peckish. Yeah. And this is canned chili stir fry we're talking about. It's good. It's even cold, it gives you 5 happiness. So don't poo-poo it, you know? I must have missed your bean pun. Oh, I've never been more depressed. Oh my God, Nick, I didn't. I totally missed it. Oh, that was good. That was good, Nick. Credit where credit is due. Yeah. Hey, look. The old canned chili stir fry's almost done. I am starting to get soaked, though. But I have a towel inside I can dry off. Alright, let's get this, it's almost done. Come on, hurry up! There it is. And let's turn this off. Put out the fire. There we go. Wondering, can I wash myself in this stuff? Because it occurs to me, if I do this in the rain, it's going to refill. See, look, the canned chili stir fry went up to 19 hunger. Here. Oh, I don't have enough in there to wash all my clothing. Here, we'll just wash my pants. Pants are the worst. You see it the worst on those. I found it, Brad. I did. It was such a clever pun. It just hit. It was like camouflage, you know? I did. I autocorrected it in my head. I didn't, well, that's something that happens too when you live on the internet. You just learn to, like, your brain tunes out typos. And sometimes you miss the fact that someone did a typo on purpose in order to deliver a brilliant pun. I feel I did you a disservice, Nick. Wait, that's like, what's that game? Viscera Cleanup Detail, where I'm accidentally violently kicking over, like, buckets full of guts and blood. It's good times. Alright. Let's get those cans in there. Let's get that frying pan in there. Alright. And we still got some daylight yet. Oh, I forgot. And it's the next house, I think. Because there were these two garages next to each other. Alright, now we're going to have a little look about. Did I already look in here? Hey, a bath towel. I'm going to dry myself off. Oh. Now it's a wet bath towel. Alright, I already looked in here. Guess I didn't wash my pants very good. They look bloody again. I didn't look upstairs yet, did I? No. If I did, I would have taken this soap. Although, bedside tables are not the best place to find crowbars. Really, what I would love to have right now is just a crowbar. All the antidepressants in the world aren't going to help me the way my crowbar does. I guess it could help me fight depression over not having a crowbar. But that's not what I need. I need a brand new, shiny crowbar. Oh, new matches. I'll grab those. All right. Well, that's all they got to offer in here. Yep. That window's not taking any more of my shit. These houses are really getting overgrown, aren't they? Hey, there's a car up there. Duct tape. Ooh, a machete. Hot damn. Okay. That's some good shit right there. I'll wait till my crowbar actually breaks. Nick, you've used a machete before in this, right? What's the durability like? Did it last a while? That's the thing I like about the crowbar. I mean, mine's about to break, but my guy's been using this crowbar for like 2 months. And other weapons barely last a day. Oh, look what we got here. Another empty cooking pot to put in the collection. Decent enough. Well, a lot of stuff is repairable, but the amount of resources you need to put into repairing is, maybe if you get better at it. My brief foray into repairing left me feeling underwhelmed. Do I have a baking pan, but not a roasting pan, I think. Do I have a rolling pin? I don't think I do. You need that to make, if I'm going to make bread. All right, what's up here? Mop, broom. So I think once the old crowbar finally gives out, Or should I even just... Maybe it's time to just retire the crowbar. I wish I could estimate how many swings it's got left. Because even with just that little thing, that could last another, like, whole crapload of combat. A hand crossbow. That's more... Do I want to grab... Yeah, I'll grab it. The bundle of short crossbow bolts. Two fewer durability points? Wait, so out of... What's the total, though? What's the scale? Is like, 2 out of... a total of 5? Or is it like... Well, it's, the crowbar's got an 86 durability, and the machete has an 84. So it's like, holy crap, that's basically the same. Versus, oh, the crowbar's got a 4. And the machete's got a 2. It's like, oh, that's a fucking huge difference. Scale, you know? You don't use weapons against solo zombies? Oh, okay. That's actually not... That's not a bad policy to have. I just... Whatever weapon I have, I just use the shit out of it against everything. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is pretty comparable. Because what I'm trying to decide now is, you know, the crowbar, it ain't light, right? And maybe it's time, since it's about to go away. Already read. Maybe it's time to retire good old Mr. Crowbar. Mr. Crowbar and I have been on a good run. Like a thief in the night. There I go, slipping out the window. Because the thing you don't want to happen is, I guess, if the thing breaks in the middle of combat, that's not fun. And then you are fighting with your bare hands. Oh fuck, dude. Dude. It's so dark in here, I didn't even see him. And when he's just standing in the corner, it reminded me of the end of Blair Witch. Oh, gas. Oh, crap. Oh, a full gas can? Oh, man. Yeah, I gotta grab that shit. I'll be overweight, but I'll grab it. Yeah, something's making a ruckus out there. Oh, wood glue. That's good. Hammer. It's a good hammer. Oh, we'll put that. Alright. I'm gonna unlock this, but I'm not gonna open it. Because that might be where the zombies smashing. We're just gonna slip out. In fact, you know what? I think we're just gonna get rid of the crowbar now. Crowbar. You done good by me, crowbar. It's time for you to go to the big tool shelf in the sky. Don't worry, you have a worthy successor. Where is it? Good old machete. Oh, it's a one hand or two? Can you dual wield? Does it matter? Alright, and away we go. Is that Yumi right there that I just saw? I see to get in the truck. You know what? You can get trucks. You can run over zombies. Wait, do I have? I don't think I have. I do. Okay. Hey there, good 10-4, good buddy. It's time to go to the zombie apocalypse now. There you go, Yumi. Drink the gas. I wonder if that's an option. Well, let me go someplace where there's not an active zombie trying to eat my shit. Well, eat my ass. All right, he wasn't trying to get in there. Yeah, I think it's dark and gloomy enough. It's probably time to get back to my house. And the safety of my truck cabin. Carry around a duffel bag so you can pack it with loot. Oh, okay, carrying offhand. Have you had any issues yet having to run and jump fences where you have to lose it? Because I think that was the warning I saw about carrying extra bags in your hand, was that if you're in a situation where you're escaping, you can't count on whatever is in your hand being there by the time you get to safety. Because if you jump a fence, that bag's getting dropped. Yeah, I'll get rid of the truck mod. I just wanted to give you a little moment of joy, because I know how much you like when I use my special truck mod. Ah, home sweet home. While running, you'll unequip it. So wait, what is that? You just put it in your general, like this, the box, but not in your hand. Is that what you mean? I guess that makes sense. You've really thought this through, haven't you? I don't. I just sort of like stumble largely sort of thoughtlessly through the game. And so something like that, it's like, oh my god, yeah, I played this game 297 hours. I never thought to try that. It's a good idea. All right. This. Put the old gas can in there. Empty bowls going in the bag. It's time for some inventory management, baby. Get that bath towel. No, we'll put that in the bathroom. Crossbow bolts. Cooking pot goes in the other. Empty gas can, yes. Hand crossbow, yes. Matches can go in the... Oh. No room in the fanny pack for the matches. Okay. Painkillers. That's a lot of weight. Okay, hold on. Is there a full bottle of painkillers? I thought there was. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back to the medicine cabinet. Here's where the cane pillars are. All right, put that in the backpack. And we'll put all of our half bottles into the medicine cabinet. And then if we need to take painkillers, we'll just take the ones out of the medicine cabinet. But those bottles don't get lighter just because they're 75% empty. All right, what am I missing here? Your guy friend is a truck driver, so now he tells you all the time about his truck driving experience. Oh, that's cool. Have you seen their like whole channels? There are a few of them that it's just truck drivers talking about their experience being truck drivers. And they get like shit tons of views and stuff. Like people love that kind of thing. You should tell him to start a YouTube channel if he's got good stories. If you get infected or whatever, you just die. Basically. Well, depends on because you can get infected like the traditional way where you cut yourself and then it's like, oh, I didn't wash it properly and there's a chance it'll get infected. And then it can get infected where just, that can be bad. Or it can just take a little longer to heal. But then there's like the zombie virus infection. And when that happens, if you've got it, you're going to die. There's no not dying. So, but the problem is other things can replicate the symptoms because the main symptom is you start developing a fever. And then over the course of the next day or so, all of a sudden you rapidly just your health starts dropping. And then it's not, but I think you can get like colds and shit in here too. You can get regular sick. So even if you start getting a fever, you could go, is there a chance that it's just a cold? But then if it starts going rapidly downhill over the next 24 hours, then you go, no. And then I think I mentioned when you start the game, you choose negative and positive perks. And it's on a point buy system. So every negative perk you get it gives you points that you can spend on positive perks. And one of the negative perks, you sort of decide which ones you think you can live with. And one of them is hypochondriac. And in years past when I played, I would choose hypochondriac because I was like, oh, what's the problem if you just it just makes you think you have a sickness when you don't. Like, what's the big deal? And then you realize every time a zombie fucking looks cross-eyed at you, you start developing symptoms of the zombie virus. Then it's like, okay, now I can see how this is, this is not ideal. And Talon's Justice. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Yumi. I appreciate that. He just quits to deprive us of the pleasure of watching the guy become a zombie. Well, or what I've done in the past, it depends on if I want to keep playing in that world. Because when you die, you can do one of two things. You can just start the clock of the apocalypse over, all the way back to day one. No ivy climbing up the buildings, electricity, water still on for an indeterminate amount of time. Or you can just say create a new character. So if I died right now, I could either start over and it would go back in time 2 months to before any of this evolved to the very beginning, or I could say create new character and the new character will populate in this world at the same date. You could run into your zombie self and loot it if he comes to it. All the safe houses you set up, all the shit's still there. It's just now you've created a character that in game, this guy, for example, what is it? June, and I started in March 9th, April 9th. I think it's only 2 months in game. Well, anyway, 2 months worth of skill progression is gone. So depending on how the game is set up, some games ramp up over time. So there's more and more zombies. It gets harder and harder. I think by default, that's sort of how it works if you play without changing any settings. So that's an argument against starting a brand new spanking new character with no skills developed. Is now you're going to drop this baby character into a much harder world. So then the calculus becomes how much cool shit that you set up. Did you set up a really sweet base? And, or do you just, whatever, you want to start all over? You want to, if you want to change different settings in the world, you're like, okay, I tried it with this spawn rate. There's all sorts of things you can tweak. And the only time you can tweak it is when you're starting a new world. So really, if I get bit and I know I've got the virus, whether I get to the point of dying or not depends on whether I want to create a new character. If I want to create a new character in the same world, I'll let the character die so that it will give me the option to create a new one. If I don't want to occupy that same world, I'm going to just probably quit right then and just start a new character. So, and if you do decide you want, well, I quit right then and start a new character in a new world as opposed to the same world. If you do decide you want to create a new character in that same world, you can do stuff to die more quickly than waiting around for 2 days. You can either like go out in a blaze of glory, you unload all of your valuables and take one spare weapon and go out in your underwear out into the world and just like start going after hordes. I'm gonna take y'all down with my little, my screwdriver, my spare screwdriver. I'm gonna poke y'all, and then you die and whatever. You can drink bleach. That's good. You drink the bleach. At first, it's just like, I'm not thirsty anymore. Good, I'm full. Whatever. You drink it, your character's just like, yeah, all right. That tasted a little weird, but... And then, shortly thereafter, it starts like, oh, my health is going down. Not feeling so good. Once you start not feeling good from drinking a bottle of bleach, you're not going to be around much longer. But there's an initial period after you finish the bottle of bleach where you're just like, it's not as bad as I thought. Oh, he works for Swift. All right. It's on TikTok. Back when you rode motorcycles, you watched vlogs of people riding all the time. Yeah, I wonder if the truck people, that's who watches the trucker videos. If it's just, I know I randomly ended up watching a trucker video, and I've never trucked. But I fell down a little trucker video rabbit hole for like an evening. It's not like I didn't subscribe and it wasn't compelling enough that now I just watch trucker videos. But I found it interesting enough to where I probably spent a couple hours like watching recommended related videos about truckers talking about being truckers. And I thought it was interesting enough that I watched it for a couple hours. Dash cams for safety. A game from 20 years ago where there was a mode where you had to build a defense against zombies and shoot them off. I'm remembering a game like that too. I don't remember what it was called. It might have even been on a console. I don't remember what it was. I want to say like a PlayStation or PlayStation 2. I don't remember now, but I remember there was an old, it's not this one, but it was the same where you would go around a town and like clear buildings and stuff. It was sort of like a predecessor, a much simpler predecessor. May have been PC, but it would have been like 20 years ago. Oh, yeah. Great bot. Nick is against babies fighting zombies. That is controversial. I don't know if there's big rigs in this game though. There are trucks. I don't think there's like UPS vans and shit. I'm trying to think, maybe there are big rigs. I'm not sure. Yeah, we may be talking about completely different games, Yumi. Because I want to say maybe this game was in early access. Like it wasn't. It was really like not that good either. But it was a game where I think I had some feeling that maybe it would be developed into something that would be better later. Anyways, now it's like completely out of my mind what that game was. It was not very good. The one I'm thinking about was nothing like Halo. It was more like this. Except I think it was a 3D world. But yeah. You bored yourself. Oh, okay. Yumi, that sounds familiar. I never played that. But now I think I'm remembering that. And that was the whole game, right? You boarded yourself in like a house and then you tried to like fight them off. And there was no like world outside or any, if I'm remembering right, there was no world outside. It was all just you inside like a house and trying to survive zombies attacking you. All right. I think I've caught up with chat. So what am I doing? I'm drowsy. I'm anxious. It's time for a cigarette. Hold on. Here we go. Gonna have a cigarette to calm my nerves. And starting to get peckish again. Probably still need to unload all of my ill-gotten gains. Look, I got more cooking pots. I'm gonna place all. There we go. Have those out here collecting water. And probably don't need to carry around this pipe wrench anymore. Now that I don't need a backup weapon anymore. Oh yeah, the roasting pan and the rolling pin. That can go in my, my cooking my cookware. Yep. I didn't have either one of those. Serialized bandage. Wood glue I don't need to carry around. That's for repairing certain things. It's just something that's nice to grab. And I don't think it's that heavy either. Razor. 0.2 pounds. And I never use it. So that gets to go. And I was gonna say the kitchen, bathroom. Okay. We're good. Any irresponsible stuff I'm carrying around on my person? Mm. 2200. Too late for me to be doing anything substantial outside. I was considering boiling some water, but yeah, it's not that big a deal. At this point, I just need to eat something. Accidentally muted myself. Let's have some canned sardines. Can I make anything? Nope. So let's just see. What do we get out of this? 13? So we'll eat 2 canned sardines. And this has become our official can receptacle here. All right. Let's hit the hay. He just pulled babies, but it was inconclusive. Is that what happened to my poll tonight? There's just a couple fat baby fingers just would hit Project Zomboid. You can thank them for Project Zomboid tonight instead of Cyberpunk 2077. Brad, you could have watched me play Cyberpunk 2077 tonight if you'd been a little more aggressive with that poll. That's a full night's sleep right there. You once boiled water and let it sit there. Forgot all about it while on a computer live, and then the fire alarm went off. I haven't had the fire alarm go off, but I've forgotten before to where, like, stuff like that does not... It can exude some toxic crap. Which is, like, just scary in itself. Although the best thing that I've seen people turn on and forget about is, I think I mentioned when I was back in LA, that building I lived in when I first started streaming. I had been, when I was like coming through the end of law school and in my bar period, I started working at the front desk because they let me study. And even when I started working, they let me bring my laptop and do like that medical legal review that I was doing. They were just really cool about that. And then they paid me in like rent credit. So I'd end up like barely having to pay rent. It was kind of a nice setup. So I was like had 2 jobs going at the same. I was earning for 2 different jobs at the same time. It was kind of cool. But that building was a high-rise building. It's like a 15-story building. And it was like looked like an old New York brick style building, like tall, high rise. It's cool. It was a cool building. And more than once, we had people that would start the bath, usually in the middle of the night, seems like when they like to do this. They'd start the bath, and then they'd go lay down and then fall asleep. And fast forward to sometime later, I'd be at the front desk and I'd be getting a call from the person that lives below them saying, there's a waterfall coming out of the light fixture of my bed. Yeah. That was, that's not good. That happened more than once. People did that. So, especially if you got people to live underneath you, remember this, boys and girls. Don't start your bath when you're sleepy. I mean, even if it's your own house, you could really damage your house. Like water damage can be bad if you flood your house. So just don't do it. But I guess it's not as bad as setting your house on fire. But there's no water alarm to wake you up. If it's a smoke detector, it's going to wake your ass up, at least. Not that fire's better, but you have that advantage that there are things to detect that. If your tub overflows, there's no it's like the dipshit alarm. Hey, you fell asleep with the tub running. Dipshit, wake up. All right, now I'm looking back up. Horizon is a PlayStation exclusive. You have no idea why. Well, sometimes they do that. That's a common thing. It'll always, whole series, like GTA, for example, is not, I think GTA comes out on, when they come out with GTA games, they come out on both Xbox and PlayStation, but not PC. Sometimes you got to wait a year or two for it to come out. It'll come out eventually. Final Fantasy is the same way. Final Fantasy will come out, the last few games, they'll come out on consoles. And then, a couple years later, whenever they get around to it, now it's on PC. It's just the way they roll. So it didn't surprise me that I assumed Horizon Zero Dawn was going to be on PlayStation first. Not that it had to, but my assumption was, without looking into it, my assumption was that it was going to be a PlayStation exclusive. The left of the skills tab. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh. Hair. Oh. Beard. Requires razor or scissors. So I guess I have to have this on my person. Here, let's grab this. So, well, let's take this stuff off. The helmet. So we can see ourselves for the first time. Right now, my dude looks like he's a zombie apocalypse survivor Jesus. Let me take that mask off too. The welder's mask. Yep. Oh, he is kind of glorious looking. I wish I could zoom in further. I'm a little sad that I can't. All right. You know what? Let's see. He can tie his hair for a ponytail. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, ponytail, baby. All right. Maybe I'm not going to cut my hair. Actually, the ponytail and the beard's kind of a cool look. But let's see what else we got going on. Good find, Nick. The beard. Let's see. Could do a goatee. A ponytail and a goatee. There we go. That's kind of nice. What else can I do? Can I add hair now? Is it like just a... we'll just get it all off. It'll all grow back eventually. Actually, the ponytail and the goatee, I'm kind of digging it a little bit. Oh, look at Babyface. Look at little Mr. Babyface there. All right. Hold on now. I got to pause. All right, now Yumi's saying it's available on PlayStation and PC. It's a first-party game. It's made by Sony. Own studio, so it makes sense to be exclusive. Well, Microsoft is getting real into having stuff be on Windows too. Game Pass has gotten pretty insane. Anyone who pays attention, like how much stuff that they're just like sharing cross-platform now. But Xbox definitely still has its exclusives that don't come to PC. Yeah, the first game was a PlayStation exclusive for a couple years, and then it released on PC as well. Yeah, because it's a big deal. I know Horizon Zero Dawn was one of those games that I still want to play it. I just have, the open world thing. I haven't been in the mood for that formula, and that game is kind of like that formula. And it was hard. The combat was like you had to really be on top of your shit. At least that's how it felt. And so I think that was another thing where I wanted something a little less demanding of my skills. I just noticed myself. Favorite weapon, crowbar. Zombies killed 786 zombies. Nick, do you know what your record is? This is the longest playthrough I've ever had in this game. Survived for 2 months, 3 days, and 22 hours. Yeah, it's a good deal. Microsoft just wants to sell subscriptions. They made it very compelling. So I'm actually, for the first time in like a year and a half, I unsubscribed. Just because there's still games like the Yakuza, Like a Dragon, and other games that I've been playing up until even somewhat recently. But I'll go months without playing any games on there. I'll always look and see if there's something new. And sometimes there'll be a game and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll try that, and I'll download it and I'll play it for a couple hours and I'll be like, oh, okay. I mean, but they've got really good games on there. And I have a feeling that might be where we're headed. Like the Steam model might be displaced by the subscription models. We'll see. But I feel like it could be the direction we're heading. 10 years from now. That's like, it's all that. It's all like Netflix instead of you buying them. Zero Dawn has one of the best stories for a game you've ever played. Yeah, it seems like it's got a pretty good story. I've heard that. All right. What is this thing? No, there we go. I keep forgetting that. I have several instances of 45 seconds of gameplay. I pause, catch up and chat for 5 minutes, play for 45 seconds. Actually, I think I play longer than 45 seconds. All right, well, now look at me. I'm so baby-faced. but you won't be able to tell once I put my my exploration gear back on, because all this stuff protects me from bites. Okay, water bottle. All right, are we good to go? Just continue our exploration. You started a new game because you got bored with your home base and wanted the starting excitement again. Well, the way you can get also your starting excitement again is oops. Is just do what I did. Just go to another town. Things were getting pretty tame back at the old homestead. Going on a road trip, that shook things right up for me. That took me out of my comfort zone. And here I am. Well, I haven't been playing as much lately, but for 2 weeks, the only thing I've done in game is just try to get a wolf. Just try to get a foothold. Did I already check the garage here? Now I can't remember. Apparently not. Remove the glass, then climb through the window. See, I got this down. Oh, is this going to be a disappointment? This place looks like empty. Oh, no, there's shit in here. Not any shit I want, but, you know, it's worth checking. Make sure there's no horde back here. Nope. I feel like I've become such a criminal. I used to not want to break any windows because I felt it like, you know, brought down the neighborhood property values. Wrench. Garden saw. Oh, shovel's nice. I'll bring that back to the house. I can start burying bodies there if I want to. A trowel is nice. Just in case I decide I want to start, if I want to start gardening. I don't think there's anything else I need. All right. And I'm guessing I've looked in this house already, but I'm not sure. Oh, the fact that I couldn't get that open suggests maybe I haven't. Oh, this house looks like it's got a story, an environmental story to tell. Looks like it's had some partying squatters. This money. What's on the floor? Money and chips. Well, I'll take chips. Money's kind of useless. I think I probably used money to start my barbecue. Money, playing gourd. Oh, there's a whole pop right here. I'm just going to drink that. Some soap. You know how I love soap. Cleaning liquids. Nah, I got soap already. Here, we're going to grab all these chips, though. Chips are a nice travel food. Some white wine. Oh my gosh. This is like, these people, they live like pigs, but man, they lived well, didn't they? What if I'm going to find a bunch of like wino zombies up in the bathroom having some kind of zombie orgy? All right, let's grab this stuff. Saucepan, muffin tray. Yeah, I don't care. Don't care about them. All right. Although I got my next weapon, I guess I'm still looking for food a little bit, and still just thinning out the herd a little bit, you know. Here, I can get in this way now if I ever want to. Let's check the old bookshelves. Oh, Superman. Grab that shit. I still have that Batman comic. I've been carrying the Batman comic around since the beginning almost. Let's see. Oh wait, I didn't check that front door. Sometimes there's useful stuff in here. Some boots. How are my boots doing? I think the boots I've got I like better. Yeah. And I think I've also got spare boots already back at the base. Okay, gotta watch out for the zombies. All that partying. Someone probably got bit. Another gun case. All right, that's got like a hand pistol. Yeah, I guess I'll grab it. Why not? I mean, because it'll weigh me down eventually, but aside from that, why not? I don't think I've built up a weapon stash here like I did back in my other base, so, you know. Painkillers, beta blockers. I'll grab the beta blockers. You don't see so many beta blockers. All right, I think that's all there is to see here, right? I check this. All right, just checking the time. 9:30, still early. A little too early for chair effing simulator. That's what I was checking to see. If it was late enough, I was gonna take the temperature in the room and see if it was time for late night. You know. Late night pleasures. All right, I'm going to expect to be seeing some zombies soon. Because I'm definitely pushing further than I've been before. All right, let's unless they all somehow made their way to this house and I killed them all. So, hey, Allie, late night pleasures? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. But what did happen is this week, one of my most long-term subscribers gifted me a Steam copy of Chair Effing Simulator. It's F blank CKING Simulator. I thanked him and said, I'm a little scared to see what this is. And he said, it's exactly what you think it is. Okay. I have yet to launch it. Let me see. We've got no gas. Car's not in terrible shape. Let's see. Doors. Ooh, inside. Glove box. Sometimes you find the keys right in the glove box, but not now. Not in this case. Let's see. How's the old Trunkaroo doing? Trunk is unlocked already. Alright. So, yeah, it's not super exciting. Tote bag. Oh, you're addicted to Lost Ark? Does that mean you think it's good? For some, I don't know what the deal is. I've heard some people say it's really good, but I think when I've looked at like aggregate scores, like the Steam scores, it says mixed, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why people that don't like it, what their issue is. But the first gaming channels, non-commercial gaming channels I saw that talked about it, seemed to have a very positive opinion of it. Okay, there is a zombie right there. Oh god. Did we get her attention? Just gonna sit here and rub the windows loudly. Alright. Can't, don't want to confront a zombie stressed out. So, gotta have that cigarette, you know? I'm gonna drop that on the ground. Just litter, like I don't give a crap. Bottle. Alright, let's try this. Here we go. Alright, looks like there's multiple zombies in here. Ooh, one shot. That's special. Oh, fuck you! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, my first combat of the night, and I got hit. What kind of hit did I get? Shit. Lacerate. Oh, scratch. Okay, hold on. We can disinfect. All right, this could be okay. I'm gonna sterilize bandage. All right, we're gonna keep this pinned, so when that bandage gets soaked through with blood, we'll see it. A scratch. Knock on wood. Knock, knock, knock. Knock on wood, I'm gonna be all right. But even a scratch, any scratch could be the scratch that gets you infected with zombie virus. So make no assumptions. Oh, is this? I didn't realize how full my bag was. All right. Oh, the chips? Yeah, I'll go grab the chips. I'll drink the juice box. Yeah, let's have some more. I'm just going to drink all the juice boxes. That's how I'm going to soothe myself after that scratch. All right. Oh, and I don't even end up with empty juice boxes. That's nice. All right. So I think I'm just going to do a once over this house to make sure there's not anything amazing. Hunter. What is that? Unread? Really? Let's close this. Close this. Let's keep things orderly here. Let's unlock the door. For quick getaways as needed. Yeah. Oh, an empty bucket. You know why I like those, right? They collect rainwater. I hear like a zombie snarl sound. I wonder if that's upstairs. Or it could be outside. Check the open doors first. Oh, fuck you! God damn it! What did I just do? Oh, God. I am not on my A game today. Not that I have much of an A game in it to speak of, but did you see that? I am wearing a black corset, Nick. I talked about this before. That's also part of the Late Night Pleasures show. That, you know, if enough people want to see it, so far no one's seen it. But at a certain point I was playing and I realized he didn't have any underwear. And I was looting something and I was like, this lady had a black corset and I think it was what sold it was the black frilly underpants. And then I was like, well, I could use some underwear, and that seems like a delightful combination. So there aren't many circumstances under which it's practical to walk around in your underwear. But if I ever do, I'm going to do it. I'm going to look like a sexy bee. And that's all I got to say. But did you see what I did? I freaked out and I ran into the room, ran into the wall, hit the wall, and fell on my ass right in front of the zombie. I don't know how I didn't get bitten. It was the most Three Stooges moment. But even though there's only one of me. All right, more crossbow bolts. Another fanny pack. More crossbow bolts. I freaked out. My fingers just started slamming buttons on my controller. That's what happened. It was not a calculated strategy. All right, I'll just put it that way. And I even was like, I heard the noise and I'm like, okay, I'm going to check the open doors first. Fully expecting there was going to be a zombie at least somewhere up here. And then as soon as I saw one, I lost my shit. Like I panicked and oh, good times. Yeah, I even knew. I was narrating. Yeah, there's a zombie up here. Let me check. I know we'll check the open doors first. It's in that gun case. I think there's shotgun shells. All right, I'm going to be overburdened as crap, but I'm going to bring us all with me. It hasn't let me do a fanny pack on the front and a fanny pack in the back. Which I don't quite understand why it won't, because... Or maybe I did it wrong when I tried before. Because it seems like if it's offering to let you wear it on the front or back... Oh, damn, am I hurting myself? I am hurting myself. Shit. Alright, I'm just going to have to live with it. Very heavy load. Let's check the health. How much is this hurting me? No, keep that out. It's actually lighter to wield the weapon than it is to stash it on your back. So yeah, I'm actually taking damage right now. But it's minor damage. And it does increase your strength stat to walk around overburdened. So I'm just going to do it. It's not so much that I'm going to be dead by the time I get to my cupboard. It's not ideal. This thing's starting to fill up a little bit. This is like just my everything drawer at this point. Another gun case. Maybe I should just be well, I don't think I have a shotgun here yet. That's why I grabbed it. But I should be focused on collecting ammunition when I find it, not necessarily all the guns. I'll put the white wine in in the fridge, in the non-working fridge with all the rotten perishables. There we go. Let's see, we'll start the shovel, trowel. Oh, the red wine. It's not normally, you don't normally chill red wine, but, you know, it's not chilled, so we'll just keep the wine together. Again, with the rotten perishables. Why do I still have the razor on me? Not like I'm going to shave all the time. Lighter can go back in the fanny pack. Empty bowl, comic books. All right. I need a bookshelf down here. You know what I'm kind of thinking? Like, maybe I should build some crates. You haven't found two fanny packs to test it yourself? I have done it, and then I was like, oh, I wonder if I can put one on the front and one on the back. And either I didn't click the right place to make that happen, or it's not an option. I'm not sure which. All I know is I had two fanny packs in my possession. I tried to do it. It didn't work. But as we're learning, sometimes I have all the things I need in my possession for a certain thing to occur. And I try to do it, and I can't. And it turns out you can do it. I'm not doing it right. So well, hey, would you look at that? Why don't I continue? I should continue my delooting first. I'm so unfocused. I think the chips we'll put away too. All right, and maybe we'll make this our bookshelf. With the thing with the rotten bread and the dead rat and the empty tin cans. Because usually and historically in the houses I've occupied, I do have a bookshelf downstairs where I do in fact put my books. We'll put away the comic books. There's a whole crate upstairs where they have them, but we'll put Superman in here. I've got an awful lot of soap. I normally will carry around 2 to 3 soap, not 5. That adds up. It's half a pound. I don't need to carry half a pound of soap with me everywhere I go. It's not practical. Here, I'm going to grab 2. Grab 1. Grab 1. Yep, I could make a dead rat sandwich on rotten bread. It'd probably let me. I'd probably become terribly ill, though. Bet Brad would love that, though. Wouldn't you, Brad? It's like, eat the dead rat in the... It would let me slice up the rat. I don't know if it would let me make a sandwich. I don't know if rat... I probably have to cook... Maybe I cook it, and then I could make cooked rotten rat sandwich. Let's grab that. And we'll put the scrap wood in there. And I was going to keep putting books in here, wasn't I? Where's that? thought I was literally just looking at a book in my inventory that needed to go in there. That's why I came back. The Hunter magazine. There we go. There was the bucket I was going to place out here. You're very enthusiastic about Rat Sando. Okay. Uh-oh. Dirty bandage. Alright. Remove bandage. Do I have anything else to sterilize bandage? Okay. I don't think I have any... Clean bandage. I don't have any alcohol wipes. It's one thing I have in my old base that I've stockpiled a little bit that I don't have here. Well, of course I can't forget the bone meal. That's right. Nails. Yes. Oh, why am I carrying all... Okay, crossbow bolts. Don't need to be carrying. Not gonna just be like throwing crossbow bolts at people. Corned beef and spaghetti. Canned spaghetti. Don't need to carry that with me everywhere I'm going. Alright, I got myself in good order here. It's 5:30. You know what, we'll I think I'm gonna look in the other direction. You're squat. There's my Jeep. I think it's the first time I've approached my Jeep in forever. This is the vehicle that brought me across the map. Are we clear enough of zombies that I can park it back in my driveway? Let's try it out. Oh, get in. Ooh. Ooh, it's having a hard time starting. I don't like that. All right, that's a little loosey-goosey right there. Okay, here we go. All right, let's turn that off. Anybody following the sound of the car? Yeah, I think we're good. How's the car doing anyway? It's looking a little worse for wear. Ooh, the hood is fucked. Windshield. Okay. I'm going to need to do some repairs on this. That's not good. But that's the main thing. The front windshield and the hood are the two things that are real messed up. The front left doors, yeah. All right. Oh, wait. Suspension is down. Did I bring the car jack? Now I'm like... Oh, I think there's one in the garage if I need it. There's nothing in the trunk? Oh, hold on. Just closed. Never mind. Nope. I closed the trunk. Okay. Okay, there's the jack. All this stuff. Did I bring... What else did I bring in here? Got a bunch of... Oh, that's the wood axe, but it's pretty beat up. I've got a bunch of stuff in here. I totally forgot about. Some of the stuff I don't need. I think I was saving it to bring back to my main base, though. All right, I just realized I'm starving. Yeah, well, let's go into the next house. Let's have a cigarette. Go into the next house and then raid the food that's in the next house. That's how we roll. We don't eat our home food while there's still daylight, if we can avoid it. I just thought of that. Well, then that's something I try to do, but I often forget. Okay, that gunshot. Maybe it's those distant gunshots that are making it so that all these flies. I'm gonna need to like bury some of these bodies. Maybe in-game day tomorrow is gonna be about burying bodies around my new schmancy house. Duct tape. Well, I think the file is actually good to have for sharpening blades. It says. I've really never used blades until right now. Car battery, heavy duty, huh? Here, you know what? I'm gonna grab that. Unless is it super stupid heavy? Oh, it's almost empty anyways. Never mind. Like, if I find really good stuff in my car, I should put it in the garage right next to my car. Where I'm parked. Alright, let's try the window here. Alright, and we're in. Okay, dead dude on the floor. House key, I'll take that. Unlock the door. It's a pretty bare bones home. Oh, baseball bat's a good thing to... It's a good backup weapon. Baseball bat's really good, except it's just not anywhere near as durable as a crowbar. Cooking pot. Of course, we like cooking pots to gather water. Canned goods. There's a beer in there. Well, this was a little disappointing. Let's see. We'll open the corned beef. Then I'll make some corned beef salad. Everybody loves cold corned beef salad. All right, bottoms up. Bowl. That in there, that can go in there. Empty tin can go in there. Oh, let's refill my water. I'm gonna have some drink out of the sink. Fill the water bottle. Can't believe I just had a 26 hunger satiating meal and it didn't even make my guy feel a little bit full. He's not hungry anymore, but still. It's disappointing. Oops. Close that. Eight o'clock. Maybe I should head back. You prefer corned rat, Brad? What about if I make a kind of a, you know, like a mystery stew, which features a can of corned beef and a can of rat, and a cooked rat? You know what? Let me get that shovel. My guy's, he's drowsy. Okay. Let's get that shovel. Start digging some graves. What say? Here, put that on my back. And we'll start a little graveyard right here. How about that? Yeah, I like this. We're gonna need at least 2 graves for all these bodies. Just another day of being a survivor. No good. Rat sashimi. Just is that just eating the rat? I guess sashimi is sliced in a very specific way, so there's a little more art involved, isn't there? It's not just eating the rat. Why am I sneaking? I don't think there's any zombies nearby right now. Let's see. Berry. I killed a lot of zombies here, didn't I? Rat corpse. Alright, now we're gonna fill it up. Whoops. I guess. Oh. All right. Grab corpse. It's kind of a relaxing, you know, pastime. Just burying some corpses before bed. But I don't barely ever get attacked here anymore. So, you know, once I put all these away, it's not going to be like this again, you know? I'll be glad I did it. All right. Where's a grab corpse? Although it's getting late enough, I should just consider going to sleep, huh? I'm just getting all like quiet and calm and just like I'm in my rhythm right now. This is how I get when I'm working sometimes. I'm just like I'm in the rhythm, taking care of business. I'm in my little you know, production cycle of productivity. I think we'll fill this last grave. And in the morning, maybe we'll dig. Should we dig a grave out front or keep them all in the back? Is it worth ferrying them back? And you know what it is, because that will help me. They're heavy enough where it'll help me build strength, but not so heavy as to damage my spinal column. So that's good. All right. That'll do. I'm in the zomb zone. Yep, tired. All that zombie burying is tired work. Tell you what. And here we go. Now he's peckish. Did I have stuff to put away? Yeah, I did. Let me put some stuff away. Oh, the empty cooking pot. I even forgot to place that. Whoops. I blew it. Here we go. Canned beans. I didn't put away my stuff. Duct tape. File. And the rest I can keep. I don't need to have the extra water bottle on me. Not if I'm just planning to stay in the neighborhood. And I've got a full bottle, basically. Or a bottle that I top off every now and then on my person already. Oh, the bath towel I was going to put in the bathroom. Food brother, Fidel Contreras, how you doing, man? Call to you, man. How you doing? How's your back? Was your back that got hurt in the accident? I know you were taking a while to recover. But last I checked, you sound like you were getting over it. I'm reminded of that because I've actually got like a low back thing right now. I don't know what's happening. I think it's just accumulation of me having terrible posture and working from home for the last 2 years. I actually just got a yoga mat and started doing like yoga, stretching, back strengthening exercises. Because I had low back pain before when I used to work at home doing my medical review in LA. And we had yoga mats back then, but we got rid of them when we moved for some reason. And I had this whole routine. I found a YouTube series about low back stretching and strengthening. And I did them 3 times a week, and my back got better. So I have the same videos, so I'm going to use them again. Your back is better and you're back at work. Okay, good deal, man. Good deal. How's the fam? Soap. All right. I think I can resume. Well, I should probably eat something. Let's see. It's a can of corn. Let's have a can of corn, and then we can make corn salad. Oh, hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing, man? You're all well. Good to hear, man. It's been a rough couple years. So, glad to hear you're doing well. How you doing, Chris? I haven't played Dead by Daylight in a while. I see you on there sometimes, and I'm like, oh, should I play? It's been a while. That's one of those games where when I get in the mood for it, I really end up, usually I'll get sucked into it for a couple weeks. And then when I'm done, I'm like, nah, usually it's because I get kind of like rage quitty about it. I don't feel like I'm getting, like, I'm tired of all these people teabagging me and doing all this stuff. With the SSA, wait, what's the SSA? What? You had your Discord account hijacked? Holy crap, that sucks, man. Here, I'm gonna make some open canned corn salad. Because a can of canned corn is depressing, but you put it in a bowl and make a salad out of it, slightly less depressing. In fact, +4 happiness. That little maneuver. I think it's time. I think we're gonna go for a double. Let me see. Maybe we'll have some canned peas. And then I'll work my little magic. Canned peas by themselves is 15 hunger and 3 thirst. But wait, what happens? Wait, can I not make... Why can't I make I can make a bowl of corn into a salad, but they're not giving me the opportunity. Well, they're going to let me make... Okay, I'm just going to fool myself. I could put it in a roast pan and they'll call it a roast. So let's see. The canned peas, 15 hunger, negative 3 thirst. Let's see what happens when I put it in the roast pan. It's the same nutritionally, but it makes me a little bit happy to eat it. So that's fine. That's all I was looking for. Just a little extra happiness out of the deal. It's like you pour it cold into a baking pan, raw, and you're just like, ooh, a roast. And you get this little warm feeling inside, and then you just eat it, right? That's how it works. Sometimes you got to treat yourself, right? That's all I'm saying. And put back that roasting pan. Put that bowl back in the backpack. All right. What? Oh, the saw I can put back in the backpack. All right, we're good. Hold on a sec. Sadaku from Ringu is coming to D. Really? Oh, wait. What were we always calling the other girl in there? We're calling her Grudge. There's the one in there already that is not anything, right? But the one who's already in the game with the sword and the disappearing. That's like an original killer. That's not based on a franchise, right? Oh, Social Security Administration. All right, I gotcha. You got it back thanks to Discord support. Well, I'm all good. That sucks though. And I know, unlike me, you actually use your Discord. Well, I do. I use it a little bit. I'm starting to use it more. We're starting a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. I'm going to use Discord as like the home base to run that. We're going to do a Dungeons and Dragons live stream, right, Nick? Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's only 10:14. Getting sleepy. All right. So what's my strategy? Oh yeah, I was going to continue burying bodies. That's right. Zombie apocalypse. And I think we're just going to do another... Oops, hold on. Do another grave here. Got a 1099 for the SSA, but it's addressed to me on the account of my dad, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, that actually gets a little bit tricky. We deal with that kind of scenario from our perspective of distributing checks. And it's like, but when someone passes away, sometimes it's like their estate takes on its own entity with its own social security number. Or I don't know if it's a social security number or if it's considered an EIN. I'm honest, I can't remember. I'm a lawyer, but there's a lot of that in the weeds shit that I don't know about. But I know that when someone passes away, it gets complicated. The tax implications of their stuff. Like we send out 1099s to people when, cause what happens with us, we send out checks to people based on something happened 10 years ago. We discover it gets discovered now, it goes into like kind of like a class action type scenario. And then we pay out, we're the company that like distributes the checks for those. And a lot can happen in 10 years. So if we send out 1 million checks, certain significant number of those people are not going to be around anymore, just by odds, even if it's a small percentage. In aggregate, it's a very large number. So we deal with that stuff all the time. That's one of the main things I deal with. Is people, we send checks out and then a relative is like, yeah, this was my mother. She died 5 years ago and you just sent me a check in her name. And but whatever we send the check out, whoever that's payable to, the 1099 goes out that next January, usually with the same name. Well, we passed in 2020, but you might have realized a gain in 2021 of some kind. So, like, here's something that happens to us sometimes. We'll send a check to somebody, and half the time when people get like settlement checks and stuff, they might even look at it. That goes junk mail or whatever. And for whatever reason, they don't get it. Or the address we have is out, the person's died, but the information that we're pulling to send the check is based on that person's last known address. So the check goes to the wrong place. And there's this whole automated process over time. If it doesn't get cashed within 30 days, we send a reminder letter. 60 days, we send a reminder letter. And if any point during that process, something happens, something gets returned to us as undeliverable, if someone calls and says, hey, you sending this stuff to my house, I've never heard of this person or whatever, we do something called address hygiene to try to find a more current address. And if someone's dead, usually will end up happening is we'll find the address for someone associated with them. That somehow their name the decedent's name got tied to. So you have the surviving relative, the son, the daughter, the mother, sister, whatever it is, ends up with their address as being the updated address of the person. And even though they didn't get the check, it's considered their gain or the gain of the estate as soon as the check is issued. So sometimes they're like, people didn't get the check, they threw it out, they never cashed it, they did it for whatever reason, whether it's their own negligence or whether there's like a legit like delivery issue. Because the check was issued, it's still considered their income, and they're going to get a 1099. So you might have gotten a 1099 on something you didn't realize was a gain in your dad's name. That happened in 2021. Because that happens all the time. We have people that died in 2012, and we send them a check. We tried to send them a check last year, and they're getting a 1099 right now. They've been dead for 9 years. That happens all the time. So just a question of like, did you get any kind of payment or gain on your dad's behalf? Or did someone tried to send something to your dad in 2021 that would be considered a monetary gain of some kind? It says you got a certain amount of money, but you didn't get a thing in 2021. Yeah. And that can be hard to track down too. And like everyone's super evasive about giving tax advice too. So like in our case, people can see it's basically the institution that pays if say company A gets sued in a class action, company A or whatever or similar legal action where they have to pay out a bunch of people. And they pay out a bunch of people, and all the people that got checks in 2021 get 1099s in 2022. whether or not they realize they got a check. So they'll call and it's all issued like, oh, here's a check from company A, the company that got sued. They gave me this now that they're giving me a 1099. So we get calls all the time asking us, what is this 1099 for? What is that? Why are you giving me this 1099 in my dead, brother's name or dead father's name or whatever it is? Well, one thing that I've seen is there seems to be a severe game of hot potato for anyone to give anybody answers about why they may or may not owe taxes. Because also, just because you have a 1099 sent to you doesn't mean once it's all been run through the government, like the ringer, does not 100% mean you're liable for it. It just means it's been reported. But you could be liable for it. So they said, call a local office because she doesn't know the wine. Yeah. Well, what they really need to figure out is, dead or not, did somebody attempt to give your dad money in 2021? Because that's what would trigger the 1099. Whether you actually got it or not. But tracking down those answers, I can sympathize. Can be a son of a bee. And I know, because our company is not the company that's actually been sued, but we administer the payments, so we have all the infrastructure to do that. So we're also the ones that, like, when people have questions, our company fields the call centers that take those calls. So we're very involved. And we're not allowed. Basically, the only thing we ever say, the only thing we're most like supposed to say most of the time is, if you have questions regarding your tax liability, please contact your tax advisor. If you have questions about your liability, contact your tax advisor. But sometimes there's definitely there's the foundational question of, why am I getting this in the first place? Like, what is this related to? What income is it related to? So in our case, what we give out, and these aren't all class action settlements. There's another thing that's similar but different called remediations. It's a similar thing, though. It's just not based out of a court case. It's more like a government agreement with the government regulators forcing a company to make good on some harms that they've done. And let's see, grab cards. So just being able to we get a lot of those questions, and it's just, we're not supposed to tell anyone anything about the liability, but they should have some understanding of why they got it. So like in our cases, what it is let's say company was overcharging people from 2010 to 2015, and in some cases they find out like, oh, this person got charged, all told, about $500. But then what they'll do is they'll try to assume costs of, like, okay, well, what's the value of the time that they didn't have that money? Well, that was 10 years ago. And then what are associated costs that they may have had as a result of it? Okay, we'll calculate that. So you start with, like, they overcharge you $500, and then 10 years happens, and now you get a check for $4,000 because of interest and all this other crap. And all the stuff that's not the original overcharge, because the overcharge is just a refund. That's not taxable. But it's all the stuff that pile on top of that becomes taxable, because it's considered a gain. It's money on top of money that you technically were already entitled to. Well, spoiler alert, tax advisors, half the time they don't know what the hell's going on anyway. So not to spare, I'm sure, not to say that there's no point for tax advisors. But sometimes the more complicated stuff, you know. So like I've seen this play out where they'll get a 1099, they won't understand why they got it. So they'll call us and they'll be like, hey, company A just sent me a 1099. What's it for? And then the call centers always have like an elaborate set of FAQs to be able to. They're basically, most call centers, like they have exactly, and it's hard work. They may seem sometimes like they're dumb. It's not that they're dumb necessarily. Maybe some of them are. It's that they're restricted. They're not allowed to say anything unless it's on this list of approved answers. So whatever you ask, they've got to try and find it. And whatever that's limited to. And so that's why it's like, you'll talk to those people sometimes and their answers will be very unhelpful or uninformative. It's because the information they're allowed to give you is like, well, that's what it's limited. And oftentimes when it's a legal question, they'll be very evasive about it. So they'll call and be like, hey, why did I get this 1099? And then the call center person will look at me and say, well, I get the 1099. Company A is not allowed to provide tax advice. If you have questions about your tax liability, please consult your tax advisor. It's like, oh, okay. So and I've seen it where then we get a call back 2-3 days later. Yeah, I called my tax advisor. He told me to call you and ask why he gave it to me. Fair. That's fair. But yeah, honestly, I couldn't tell you exactly what your liability issue may be. Oh, I was gonna dig a grave. Yeah, that's the thing too, is if it was my job, if part of my job was to actually resolve that stuff, I'd probably know a lot more about it. But when you're a lawyer, it's like, you don't come out of law school knowing all that stuff. And then if you don't end up doing something where you're supposed to know that stuff, because I was actually talking with the other attorneys on my team today, and he was asking me stuff about like, oh, what do you know about like these 1099 works and what are the thresholds? Like if it's under a certain amount, like this person didn't get a 1099, but they think they were probably supposed to. And I was like, you know what? If it were my job, to analyze the tax code and apply it in these circumstances, I'd be billing like 500% more than what I'm making right now. So, okay. She got the same tax form just addressed to her? So, but somehow it's addressed to her, but in relation to your father? It's reporting the same income? Oh, hold on. My guy's tripping out. He needs a cigarette. Calm down, bro. Have a smoke. There you go. Nice, smooth, and smoke. Put your little zip back in your step while you bury all these zombies. Hey, I think we're getting close to the end, though. Yeah, that I honestly don't know. If multiple people are getting multiple 1099s for the same asset, for the same chunk of money, That doesn't make sense to me. But honestly, I don't have enough expertise in taxation to know how to interpret that. Does it have both names? Like, but you don't have any knowledge of like, it doesn't come with a letter of explanation. Because at least what we do send a letter of explanation saying this is, you know, a brief, not entirely comprehensive explanation, but it comes with a letter with an explanation and a phone number to call if you have more questions. It's just that when you call that phone number, they may beat around the bush to give you any information that's helpful. Oh, is this just garbage now? I thought these were bodies over here. Oh, maybe that was it? Here, is this thing done being a wound at this point? Good deal. Hey, and it's still considered sterilized. Bonus. Here, any bodies along the side yard? I think our property might be clear of bodies. Oh no, here's one over here. Good. There's some in the neighbor's yard, but you can't, you know, you can't clean bodies off of the whole earth. You just got to carve a little plot that's just yours. You bury those bodies. So there is room for at least one more. So maybe just out of a sense of compulsive need to complete it, maybe I'll grab another body. I was sure that those were like decomposing bodies down there. Number on the tax form. So, well, yeah, what it's, and this is where I'm not sure what you're getting, but like just looking at from what we send out is not going to necessarily be indicative of everyone that sends out 1089s. But I know what we send out is there's the tax form and there's a cover letter that goes on top of the tax form in addition to the tax form from the entity that's actually sending you the 1099 with an explanation that exists outside the four corners of the document of the 1099. Outside of 1099, telling you why you're getting the 1099. Like from the people who are sending it to you. With a phone number to call the people who are sending it to you. Which is not... Well, is it Social Security? Is it about a Social Security payment? So, like... You hate looking at tax forms now? I know normally my taxes are pretty simple, but I haven't had to deal with that kind of thing. But personally, I haven't had to deal with it, but I know it's complicated when you're dealing with that. So maybe it was from yeah, I guess maybe it could have been from Social Security. So another thing that can happen is a person can pass in 1 year, but their assets don't get like distributed until the following year. Like their assets don't move. They're not officially transferred into something until the following year. So I've seen instances of things like that happening. Or heard of things like that happening. That's not so much what we deal with, but I have heard of that. Like, or for example, somebody said their father passed away and they were the executor of the estate. And the probate process, he died in December of like 2020, and the probate process wasn't settled until spring. And in spring, they closed down his bank accounts and distributed the funds. And so those funds were considered taxable gains at that point. So so a 1099 is issued in 2022 for funds that are distributed in 2021 in relation to someone's who passed away in 2020, is that by way of example. About benefits paid to you. And nobody can tell you what benefits were paid to you in 2020 or 2021. You had to explain to adults why they have to pay taxes for staying at a hotel. People are dumb. I mean, generally, there's some people that have on principle, think, oh, the government does not have any right to tax us. When you get beyond that, you're talking about sales tax and shit, and you're like, what do you mean I have to pay sales tax? I don't know if it's something different. It's probably if it's different for hotel, but the principle is going to be the same. There was a sale of a good or a service, and it got taxed because that's what the state does. Usually it's state. Maybe some states won't do it, but if they don't understand, you could tell them to take it up with the state of Texas. Say, you know what? You want to know why you pay taxes? You go down, march your ass down to Austin. Get in there, and you ask them why you got to pay taxes in a hotel. Because I didn't make the decision. Yeah, well, that's too bad. I don't want to pay. You know what? I bet it would be lovely if they didn't have to pay for the room at all. Wouldn't that be nice? But that's not how life works. Sometimes things cost what they cost. And people will get mad because you'll be like, yeah, this costs, here, it'll be $50. And they're like, oh, here's my $50. And you're like, psych, it's 70, and you know, whatever. There are these fees and there's taxes. So, and then they're pissed. But it's like, it's reality though. Yeah, this thing only costs $50. And then there's like taxes and shit. And that costs extra. And you may not like it, but welcome to real life, where this is how it works. Oh no, sovereign citizen. Oh man, no, those guys are. I had to deal with sovereign citizen when I was when I worked for the California Department of Justice. Somebody had gotten there. They got pulled over by a sheriff, and they had no taxes, they had no registration, insurance, or valid driver's license. But what they did have was a little piece of paper they printed out their home computer. They got from www.crazysovereigncitizen.com that says if you ever get pulled over by a cop, you just present them with this form, and like somehow the cop's supposed to be like, oh, you figured out my scam and phooey, and then they're gonna walk away and not give you a ticket. Well, turns out, to the surprise of nobody except Mr. Nimrod, they in fact gave him a citation and had his car towed because they couldn't let it. They're like, no, you don't. You have no insurance, no registration, and no driver's license. So you're not going to drive this car anymore. Sorry, sir. So then he sued the state of California for all that sovereign citizen bullcrap. And I got to write the brief to dismiss his case. But I got to read his deposition, and boy, was that a roller coaster ride of stupidity. That was before I heard what sovereign citizens was. Flash forward like 5 years later, 5, 6, 7 years later, all of a sudden I start seeing YouTube videos about sovereign citizens. I'm like, hey, I remember this. Like I actually did the legal analysis on this guy's arguments that he was making, and they were complete junk. And that's what it is with these guys. Their legal arguments are complete garbage. That they're nonsense, but they string together words in a certain way that to them they think it means something. It's sort of like if someone's like a biblical, I don't want to say scholar, but someone that interprets the Bible to make it say what they want them to say, and they just like, let's see, Leviticus book chapter 2 verse 8 says the, and this one chapter 7-8 says cow, but and then they go and find one word from 8 different places, and they're like, the cow shall belong to me. It's like, hey, well, according to the Bible, if you look at all these verses, put these words together, that cow belongs to me. I'm taking that cow now. Bible says I can. Good day, sir. It's like, well, nope. Sorry. You can't arrest me. I'm American. Well, that's the thing. Adding the cost of taxes to the item. Oh, here I am, just casually starving to death in this game, not paying attention. Like, I didn't realize I wasn't paused. And that is something that I don't quite understand. You know, why we wouldn't do it so much that way. Where, yeah, you just charge the person what you charge them. And then the company figures out how much they owe to everything. The company figures out how much of that is... Well, I guess they're also getting taxed on their end, too. So I guess they got to spread it around so everybody's getting a little, tax. It's like, wait, but the company should just... the store should just sell you the thing and then take taxes out afterwards. But they have their own taxes taken out. Then you get your taxes taken out right there on the spot. I don't know. I actually worked at a video store once where we did that. At a certain point where we were just like, renting a movie is $3. And then we on the back end, we did that. But I don't know. I wasn't the accountant. I don't know if there was some reason that was unwieldy or difficult to do. But it would be nice if you could just, whatever you're actually going to pay, it could be you'd clearly know what you're going to pay before you agree to buy a damn thing. So there's something screwy about that. You're super far left, but sovereign citizens are dumb. I don't know. My impression is most of the sovereign citizens it's more of a right phenomenon. Like the no government. The government doesn't have authority. They shouldn't have the authority to do anything. And it's that philosophy taken to the extreme. To the point of like they have no authority over me as a human being. So it's frustrating. But I mean, and I know people. There's actually a guy I work with who he's a lawyer. And he firmly believes, he'll say it over and over, because we're in tax season. Whenever it's tax season, you'll occasionally catch him saying stuff like, taxation is theft. The government has no right. Blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you could say, that's what it comes down to, is the people get bent out of shape because they never consented. They never consented. Like, they never entered into a contract with the government to say, you provide me with these services and I'll pay you taxes. It was something that was like involuntarily imposed. So I can in some sense understand the rationale, but it's simply not the reality. It's just not the reality. And if you get down to the fundamental of it, is it fair? Well, we all agree. We all seem to agree. For the most part, we don't like paying taxes, but I think most people like understand presumably their purpose, even if they don't always agree with like how the government ends up spending them. They understand the reason for it. I don't always agree with how taxes get spent, but I am a firm proponent of the necessity of taxes. And the fact that there's a reason they're not voluntary. All right, hold on now. I'm digging the one shots though, baby. That's good. That's some good stuff right there. You don't get that with the crowbar. Unless you sneak up on them. Come on. Yeah, that's how I like it. One at a time. There's a point at which I don't consider something valid political discourse because it's too fringe. So why I avoid politics is because there are big divides in our country among the mainstream is split up and at each other's throat. And I'm conscious of that. And so I don't want to, even if there's stuff that I feel a certain way about, and I may strongly disagree with 40% of everybody else. That's like just an invitation to ruin a time. When you're talking about that. But when you're talking about weirdo sovereign citizens, which are fully fringe people, I don't consider it political discourse anymore. So, but you're right. Technically, I'm breaking my own rule. So, and yeah, it really is, it's, I guess, societal consensus, because you can look at stuff that gets into the mainstream that, as a lawyer looking at it, is arguably just as ill-informed and nonsensical. It's just, it gets sold to them in a way that seems plausible, and they don't know how to double-check it. And then it becomes mainstream. So that's frustrating for me as well. But those are things I won't talk about. It's not like, so I guess it's more like consensus. So if there's something that's gotten a big movement and a lot of people, a substantial portion of our country believes in it, and it's based on essentially, like from a legal standpoint, nonsense, I know better than to argue with those people, because it's not going to matter. That, like, I am in a position to know that they're wrong. They're like, it's not a matter of opinion. They're wrong. Hey, look, Nick has become a member sponsored thing. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. You caught a lizard in your house today. Oh my God. It was an ex-lizard. That makes me very sad. But Nick, this is all too exciting for me, because you caught the lizard yourself. I mean, usually I only hear stories about people that know other people that caught lizards. I've this may be the first time ever that I'm actually speaking directly to somebody who caught a lizard. This may be a Gaming Lawyer channel first. Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Nick. I don't know why I was.
Challenge of justice!
Let's see. When you're able to make it to Brad's stream, you ran about politics a lot. Let's see. Don't let Nick steal the thunder. Actually, at Walmart the other day, I saw a very interesting item. Wow. Was that your whole story? Oh, the lizard people. They were like, wait, hold on a minute. Are the people, the Raelians, they call them, right? Are those people fringe anymore? Or have they gotten in? I think those people rode in on the Q wagon, though. And I got to be careful because Q is like, you know what? I shouldn't talk about it because QAnon is an example of something that, like, gathered up a whole bunch of fringe, and we're like, let's just make something that is going to all of a sudden catch like wildfire in the mainstream. But that's the Raelians is one of the things that is rolled up into Q, right? But Q, you know what? Q is getting to. I think Q is getting to. That's treading into territory of, like, lots of people believe in that. That's. I shouldn't say it, but you know, as much as I always like to consider QAnon fringe, I think it may have spread beyond that at this point. I should probably go back to my house and eat. Smoke a cigarette. Politics are not only allowed on your stream, but desired. I still treasure the time I auto-banned someone for coming in my chat for their Confederate flag avatar. I remember that because that person was a somewhat accepted person in the society, in YouTube society. And it seems like he got bent out of shape and started making videos defending the Confederate flag. And it seems like at that point, he sort of fell out of. But, you know, again, that treads into territory of, like, I wouldn't want to talk about that on my channel. But it puts you in a hard position when someone just comes in and they're advocating for something like that. But, again, I'm gonna say, like, yeah, probably good. There's that 40% chunk that are like, yeah, Confederate flag. It's good, you know? All right, Chris, you have a good night, man. So, well, you had no idea it was problematic, and I think I didn't think anything of it. I mean, the main thing I remember, I didn't grow up in an area where it was all over the place, but when I was growing up, one of the most popular shows on TV was the Dukes of Hazzard, and they rode around in a car called the General Lee and had Confederate flags all over the fucking thing, and everyone I knew was like, "Hey, it's whatever. It's Wednesday night. Time to watch Dukes of Hazzard. Ooh, them Dukes. What are they going to get up to this time?" And driving around doing awesome, catching air, doing awesome jumps in their General Lee with their Confederate flags all over the place, and being like, "Hey, they're just a good old boys. Never meaning no harm." You know, they're the good old boys. And then, like, years later, it was like, oh. But wasn't that okay in the 80s when we were all watching Dukes of Hazzard? What? Oh, yeah, Brad. No, I remember that. He made videos about it. Yeah. Yeah, and that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know if that happened right now. I would have a hard time deciding where to go with that as running the channel. Because honestly, I don't want that shit in. I don't want that in here at this point. But that maybe, obviously, he'd been in my channel back then, and I didn't kick him out. Oh, welcome back. Oh, you had spaghetti with your husband. Oh, that's fun. I like spaghetti. Josh, you don't know Dukes of Hazzard? Then they did a remake, like a movie remake that was like goofy in the early 2000s. Yeah, it was a show in 1980s. And it was about, I don't know if they were supposed to be like the moonshine runners or whatever the hell they were. But it was something like they never meaning no harm, but like whatever it is they did, it was just a little bit more than the law would allow. I forget the song and the intro song, but it tells the whole like story. And it was always a story about the Duke boys. And it seemed like the only thing they ever did was drive fast. That was like, it's when I was a kid, I thought that was the only thing they did wrong. They drove fast. But probably if I watched it as an adult, they're probably like smuggling moonshine or doing something. But as a kid, all I knew is they drove fast, and then there was the sheriffs, like the deputies, were always trying to chase him, and the deputy's boss was Boss Hogg, and he was a guy in a white suit, a fat dude in a white suit, and he was always trying to get them Duke boys. Got to get them Duke boys. And the Duke boys were always, it's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Duke boys were always like giving him a slip or making him crash into mud or, whatever. Always getting away. I want to say it was like 2005. Yeah, 2005. That sounds right. Mid 2000s. The symbol minded. I'd forgotten about that. Right? I don't know if I ever heard George Carlin talk about flags. Well, this show was on in 1980s, so you probably were pre-alive at that point, Joss. Well, you know what? I'm not leaving yet, but it's definitely, I mean, who am I kidding? I'm not playing this game right now. So might as well not pretend any longer. There we go. Yeah, that's the thing where I'm thinking like 2005. I'm a little surprised that was still okay. They wouldn't do it today. Or if they did, it would be some weird low budget movie that only came out on like a special cable network that only certain people watch. Let's call it pre-alive. There we go. So yeah, back before streaming video, there was a lot of television being watched. And I'm kind of the same. I still watch TV and movies though. But I probably watch, no, not probably. I watch more YouTube than I watch television. And when I say YouTube, I mean like YouTube creator stuff, not like, well, I watch some stuff that are, done by major corporate outlets that just post stuff on YouTube. There's stuff that I watch, but for the most part, it's just stuff like Nick's channel, if I may say so, seen by few, SCENE by few. I was just gonna say like Red Letter Media. Oh yeah, yeah. The Dukes of Hazzard, they couldn't make a movie like a mainstream Hollywood movie today with where the protagonists were riding around a car with a Confederate flag called the General Lee, and they're the good guys. It wouldn't happen. Yeah, I don't think that would happen today. I was trying to think. I mean, things do just shift and change, but I know that's become a very that's one of the example of an issue that I think is still in some circles widely polarized. Not in some circles. There's that, so 40% of people that are like feel victimized that they're not allowed to wear their Confederate flag anymore or something. It's like, well, you can still do it. You're just gonna get kicked out of chat rooms when you go in. But we can't stop you from doing it. The Innanites? Oh no. I think the side conversation is just fine though. I mean, really what I compare you guys to is Red Letter Media. Not that you're not doing the same thing that they do exactly, but I feel like the same sort of like were you just having a talk and you go different places. Although I think Red Letter Media usually they're still talking about other movies, but they go on some wild tangents too. That's why they'll have video. They'll talk about a movie and it'll take them an hour to talk about it because they're like weaving and doing all sorts of stuff. Oh, like inane. Okay, I gotcha. I think I'm getting tired because I had something I was going to say and I lost it. I'm just like going. It was probably something I shouldn't be talking about anyways. But the fact that I can't remember what I was going to say, it's a sign I'm getting old. Well, I'm getting tired, first and foremost. But it does happen more often these days where I'll be in the middle of working and I'll be right in the middle of doing something. And I'll just go blank. Be like, what the hell am I doing? Why did I open this folder? What's in here? What did I need in here? It's like walking into a room virtually and forgetting why you went in there. Yeah, I think the thing that I forgot about that I was going to bring up is like remembering stuff now that I thought was... I think that's happened a lot altogether. Things that like I didn't think of, like the General Lee, the flag. When I was younger, I didn't think anything of it. But I don't think it was just because I was a dumb kid. I think it was just because, like, in general, like everyone watched that shit, and it was sort of like because whoever was gonna be pointing out that it was bad didn't have a voice yet. Like that, I think that's what's happened in the last 30 years is the people who are in the best position to point out the problem were not empowered to talk about it. And they've since have been. And so all of a sudden there's all these things now that are considered like, oh, no one cared about this 40 years ago. And now all of a sudden everyone's got they're all worked up about this thing. Well, it's like, yeah, because now it's like it's come into our awareness that this is like horribly hurtful for a lot of people. The shushing hour is upon us. That's true. I'm ready for D&D come March. It's so in some ways feels like Brad said right after that, the couple days after we had our meeting, like It's too bad we gotta wait. We have to wait like 6 weeks to play, or 5 weeks, or whatever it was. It doesn't seem like it should be that hard, but it just is. It's like, and same with my other group. But I'm ready for it. I've been prepping for D&D. Like I said earlier, I've just been trying to like let it kind of simmer in the background of my head. Because the published adventure that we're playing is not super duper involved, but they provide a lot that you can develop, a lot of resources that you can develop. So I've been watching, and it's also like one of the most popular ones. So there's lots of videos about other dungeon masters suggesting like ways you can run it, and there was some issues some of them point out, because when it was written, and I think this was also might have been true of the Dragons one, the 5th edition rules had not been completed at that point, like the Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, Monster Manual, trifecta had not been completed. But particularly when they did this adventure, there are certain elements of like game mechanics that had not been set in stone at the point where they wrote this. And so some experienced dungeon masters who've been running stuff since 5e started maintain that there are like certain encounters, for example, that are harder than, it was supposed to be a beginner's module, but there's certain encounters that are harder than they should be because they didn't know it was going to be that hard when they wrote it, because the rules hadn't been finalized yet. Oh no, I probably should though, huh? Have I advertised the date on Discord or anything? No, aside from us agreeing on it, I haven't like announced it anywhere. Not that I guess I'm just not in the habit of promoting anything on my channel in any kind of systematic way, because I don't I don't anticipate anyone being that excited about it except for us. But it did occur to me that, yeah, there's nothing, if anyone was interested or would be interested, they'd have no way of knowing, because I bring it up at 11 o'clock at night at the end of my stream. So, like, yeah, we bring up D&D almost every stream now, a little bit. But yeah, it's March 5th at 5 p.m. I'm hoping people don't just forget. Normally what we do because in my game that I've been running for the last year and a half, or however long it's been now, it's creeping up on 2 years, is within like the last week before game session, there'll be kind of a check-in, like, hey, everyone remember we're still on for this weekend, right? And so far, pretty much every time, unless something comes up, like literally comes up, we haven't missed it because anyone just forgot. What happens occasionally is the week before the session, someone will be like, oh, so are we playing tomorrow? I'm all excited for tomorrow's game. And then everyone else will be like, it's not this weekend. Yeah, it could pull in. I mean, what I think it's more likely to do, it's like, I'm not going to have anything in the stream, but it's almost thinking like the first one, like, how I have this like, see you next time thing that floats by me. I'm just going to have like animated banners, like flashing all over the screen, no chat interaction. And then like maybe once every 90 seconds, we all have to stop while this recording goes. The gaming lawyer is not looking at chat. Please don't have your feelings hurt. If you have amazing stories about what's happening in your life or your sister's life. He's not reading the chat. No one's reading the chat. Please don't have your feelings hurt. And then once the recording loop completes, then we can continue playing. But there will be flashing, moving, animated banners all over the screen, alerting people that we're not going to be chatting. And then in some ways, okay, there's also a part of me that's like, maybe we'd start advertising it after we confirmed that it's any good. Or like that I know what the hell I'm doing. It's more to the point. Because there's still like some sort of question that once we're actually doing this in prime time, that it's like, oh, yeah, I had the chat off, and then I also like didn't realize I had all of our voices muted for 4 hours. So it's like, yeah, great. Have you caught any lizards? G-Law doesn't care tonight. Well, again, if someone themselves caught a lizard, that might be the worth shutting down the whole show over. Because that's a rarity. That's a rarity. But, you know how excited I get normally hearing someone who heard about someone else that caught a lizard. I mean, that, historically speaking, that's about the pinnacle of a development. That's a pinnacle, the height of exciting news right there. Yeah, bigger than Critical Role. No, it's just like literally, it's just sort of like why I started streaming in the first place. And initially I started streaming like literally just because I was already doing YouTube content and I thought it'd be cool, like for Foodereer to come hang out. And like hang out and chat or watch me while I'm playing. And that was sort of really the only reason. But then I was like, well, as long as I'm doing this, then I might as well look into like how people do it and what they do as streamers and that sort of thing. But in this case, it's sort of just like I've almost considered, I've actually offered to my current group, because I used that whole setup, and when I was developing all the OBS setup for our stuff, I did a parallel setup for our other group with all their character names and everything else when I was first setting it up. And I offered to do unlisted streams of our games, just so that, like, I could only imagine if I could go back and watch the D&D sessions that we had back when we were teenagers, and like that would be really cool. And I come out of a lot of the sessions that we've played already thinking that would be really cool to be able to go back and just watch them. I don't give a shit if anyone else ever saw them or not. And in their case, they wouldn't want anyone else to see them. So if we did, it would literally just be me, and then I'd share the link with them in case any of them ever wanted to watch them. And it would be a playlist that nobody but us would ever see. And it's almost like that. Like, I think it'd just be fun to play and have something that we could like look back over later and revisit moments and things like that. So yeah, the channel is definitely taking turns, and yeah, we haven't seen Foodereer in here. I suspect Foodereer still stops by sometimes and just doesn't chat. And we're still like not in any kind of formal outs, but there was some, tensions in chat that some people may have noticed at times. And I think at a certain point he decided like maybe it'd just be better not to come in here. I never forbade him from coming in or like put anything like that, but yeah, I think I think that was not foreseeable. That, you know, that's how I started the streaming, so that, you know, because he wanted to watch me. And then a bunch of people came in and he didn't get along with some of them, and that's why he stopped coming in, I think. So, how dare they make money while doing fun things? Oh no, I don't have any problem with Critical Role making bank. Are you kidding? No. I think it's good for, well, at least so far, it's good for Dungeons and Dragons. The only thing, like, I've seen some you know, commentators saying that they don't like what they call the Matt Mercer effect, where all of a sudden everybody watches Critical Role and thinks they have to replicate that style of gaming. And that's why I've tried to make a point of saying, like, look, guys, you don't need to come up with like crazy accents or voices, because, or frankly, a lot of those streams that do that, I don't like those voices, especially when it's like, okay, I'm gonna make a voice like, why? I'm this person now and I talk like this. And it's like, oh my God, it's just like, we're gonna play 4 hours every couple weeks or whatever, and I'm gonna have to listen to that person do that voice. So, and there are people that do that the kind of thing in super popular streams, and I'm just like, I don't want to hear people making that voice. That, please don't. If anyone's thinking like, when we play D&D, I'm gonna the first time we're gonna say, hey, what's, like, we'll say, hey, Ethan's character is halfling. Hey, what? Oh, say there. What? From where do you come from? He's like, well, I come from my aunt's house. It's like, dude, great. Now you're locked into that voice, and now are you gonna commit to that and be like, now anytime you talk, you got to make that sound? Come on, please, don't do it. Don't do that. No, don't. And I don't even care. If I played a game with Andy Serkis, who voiced Gollum, as much as I like his performance of Gollum, if there was a dude at my table that I had to, for hours, listen to them do that voice. Now, first off, he couldn't do that. Apparently, it sounds like that, any extended performance of that wrecked his throat. And that's another thing to consider, why people shouldn't do that, because it's hard to maintain that kind of voice. But I wouldn't want to hear even Andy Serkis doing the most amazing Gollum impersonation for 4 hours. No, sorry, bro. Don't want to hear that. All right, good night, Joss. I bet Joss got really quiet when I started talking about doing those weird voices, and now suddenly he's got to go. I have a feeling Joss might have been working behind the scenes. Joss was like, damn it. I've been perfecting my weird weasel voice that I was going to use. He's going to be the what he learned at the monastery. The mice taught him how to speak. Anti-Balzio propaganda. Well, as much fun as I had being Balzio, like, literally, if I started a Balzio channel and all I did was stream World of Warcraft featuring Balzio, and that was my channel, I would get irritated with myself. Like, I don't want to hear that. That was a stupid accent. That was a dumb... Balzio was... I found it funny, but one reason I found it funny is because it's so stupid. Maybe it's decent in small doses. But, yeah, I don't know. You haven't watched much Critical Role, but it's fairly atypical D&D, and they're all voice actors. And yeah, no, that's true. But that's what there's this thing that, yeah, they call it the Matt Mercer effect, because it's so big and so many people have watched it. And I think it's it all of a sudden it's expanded Dungeons and Dragons, helped expand it even more into the mainstream. And then people see that, and that's what they think D&D is supposed to look like. And so they want to replicate it. And it's like, yeah, I prefer not. You should just use your regular voice. You can do different things with your regular voice that make it like you're still, if you want to do like a role play, like a performance. But it's sort of like in Hollywood, for the most part, people can play wildly different characters from one role to another in Hollywood in different movies. But usually they're still kind of like, it's still their voice. So it's not like, trying to think of an example. But it'd be like if Harrison Ford was Han Solo and he's like, come on, kid, let's blow this thing, get out of here. And then he shows up in the next movie and he's like, it's like, no, the next movie Harrison Ford shows up in, he's a totally different person. Well, I gotta say, Indiana Jones is a little bit like Han Solo still. But okay, we'll say regarding Henry, for people who have seen that. Very, very different role. And his affectation as Henry and regarding Henry he's a completely different person. It's not like just Han Solo, but he doesn't do a voice, right? It's more the mannerism, like, I like Ritz crackers. I like Ritz, whatever. And he's all excited because he remembered he likes Ritz crackers. But it's not him doing a cartoon, like a crazy cartoon voice, because now I'm role playing. Yeah, the guy, Blade Runner is also Han Solo. I think that's why I had to reach a little bit. And regarding Henry is the most standout character that I thought was a very well acted and interesting character that's completely not like Han Solo. So, or I don't know, like Leonardo DiCaprio playing different characters, like him playing Howard Hughes. He might have different. I guess maybe he does have a little bit of a dialect in there, but he's not like, I'm Howard Hughes, like squeaky. I think that's the one I don't like the most, is when people do these really like super weird squeaky voices. It's just like, oh no. They should have chosen a different actor, because Harrison Ford can only be Han Solo. He was. I just thought of Patriot Games, and then I was like, wasn't there one Air Force One or whatever? Wasn't that President Han Solo? He gradually moved up in rank and power over the years, but it was still all Han Solo, right? All right, now I'm actually tired and I'm starting to get a headache, and I'm hungry. Man, everything is crashing down on me right now. I liked regarding Henry. No, that's the thing is he was Han Solo in everything except regarding Henry, but I felt like I liked regarding Henry. I thought he did a good job in there. But anyway, I need to shut this thing down. I gotta blow this thing and get out of here, kid. See, there's an example of like a role-playing voice. I didn't go, I'm Han Solo, but I was like, it was me talking, but I said it in a, hey, let's blow this thing and get out of here, kid. I didn't do a silly voice or be like, oh, let's go to the old jolly old laptop do. It's like, no, it was just me talking, and I just did a little different. So it sounded like Han Solo. Well, the intention was that anyway. All right, guys, thank you for being here. Ladies, gentlemen, Brad. I am looking forward to playing D&D. And I have in this week in particular, as I mentioned, I've been thinking about it. Like, actually churning in my mind, planning for it a little bit more. Getting kind of excited about it. But as for tonight, I just realized I've been kind of animated for this hour, especially doing all these voices. I'm really shocked I haven't been shushed yet. Or have I been? Nope, haven't been. Unless you sent me a Facebook message shushing me. That'd be a new one. Nope. Usually I just get a text. I didn't get shushed yet. Just doing all these crazy Matt Mercer voices. Yes. All right, guys. Good night, Brad. Good night, Evie. Good night, Troll Miller Gilbert. Good night, Nick C. and Madros and Matus. President Matus, who stole my galactic empire away from me. It was a fair election, though. We'll see y'all next time, but for now, you know what's about to happen. There we go. Lights get dark. Take a deep breath. Relax. Calm down. Just calm down. Go to sleep. And good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Brad Pritchard, EV23. Brad Pritchard, EV23, Nick C, Justin, he's already gone, Madros, and Matus. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. QAnon sucks.